as the Rams and Tigers both try and dampen the other's holiday hopes. We'll check up on Peyton's progress as Tennessee's Volunteer Army preps for Nebraska's Big Red Machine. And the Rose Report examines Washington State's Fab Five as Pasadena preps for the Cougs and Wolverines. Next on the Bowl Kickoff Show. Well, Moses has led them to San Diego, where the Colorado State Rams ride an 8-game winning streak into Moses Moreno's final game. His counterpart tonight is Corby Jones, the brilliant all-Big 12 quarterback for the Missouri Tigers, 750 yards rushing, plus 1,500 yards passing, the only guy to do that in the country. We have the ingredients tonight for a lot of points. It is the Plymouth Holiday Bowl. Tonight, the champions of the Western Athletic Conference, Colorado State, against one of the surprise teams of '97, the Missouri Tigers. Well, 67 years ago, Washington State shut out by Alabama. Haven't been here since. 50 years ago, Michigan's last national championship team. They meet on the first day of '98, the first Rose Bowl meeting between the Cougars and the Wolverines. We are just across the way from the beautiful Rose Bowl Stadium in Arroyo Seco. Chris Fowler along with Lee Corso and Kirk Herbstreit. And welcome to our Bowl Kickoff Show. Plenty coming up on the Rose Bowl and also on the Rams and the Tigers. Interesting matchup tonight. Now, the countdown has begun in earnest here. The fun part of the week is kind of moving away. It's time to get down to business. The players feel like they've been here forever. Remember, though, the Michigan's first Rose Bowl team back in 1902, it took an 8-day train trip to get here. So patience, guys. It was a lot worse in the old days. Now, today, the coaches and players went to Universal Studios, kind of a press event with a show business flavor.
How about a little appreciation for our head coaches, Mr. Lloyd Carr? That's a lot of appreciation, all right?
After being menaced by King Kong, the Cougars and Wolverines mingled at the Hard Rock Cafe. Sometimes uncomfortable to mingle with the enemies in the days before the games. Now it's down to business.
It seems like we've been out here forever since the 19th, and everyone's getting antsy, can't wait to game time, but we got to just keep that emotion in and try not to use up too much energy because it's going to take a lot of energy on the first.
That's a good point. So much energy is expended just in stress leading up to a game like this. You got to have something ready when they kick it off. Let's start to break down the game plan now, Lee, from the Wazoo defensive point of view.
Well, first of all, the Michigan offensive line, they're going to roll up their sleeves. They're going to test that Washington State manhood. That front seven, they're going to run right at those guys. Now, Washington State will counter. They'll play their defensive linemen on the inside and force the Michigan backs to hit the line and then bounce to the outside for the defensive backs and linebackers to fill out. Now, I'll tell you what. It looks good on paper.
You got it.
It looks good on paper. Who knows?
Last guy with the pen wins. That's the way I look at it. Washington State, for the last month, all they've been hearing about is the way Michigan runs the football with such great effect and the way they can dominate the line of scrimmage. They're obviously going to put about 8 people up at the line of scrimmage on 1st and 10 and beg Michigan to throw. If Michigan's smart, they're going to use play-action passes on 1st and 10. They did a good job of that throughout the season. Look for Greasy to put the ball in the belly, pull it out, and look for Jeremy Tooman on 1st and 10. That's when they're very effective.
Well, he has all year, and all year long, you've been talking about the importance of Michigan yardage on first down. If they get big yards on first down, this offense is very tough to stop because they're so good on 3rd and short. Meanwhile, Washington State's offense, you know all about Ryan Leaf, and you may know about his receivers collectively. Now, individually, none of these 5 guys are stars. None of them have one fraction of the name value of Charles Woodson. Together, they are known as the Fab Five. They're not big names because none of these guys really came out of high school with any hype. None of them even played receiver in high school. Matter of fact, Chris Jackson was a basketball and a track guy. Didn't play football at all in high school. Kevin McKenzie was a running back. You see that Sean McWashington, kind of a scrambling quarterback in high school. And Taylor and Timms were both high school running backs converted to wide receivers. All of them have become quality receivers, although, Lee, none of them individually even made the all Pac-10 first or second team.
Yeah, but as a team, Washington State set the all-time Pac-10 record for the most yards in one season. 5,524, and the Fab Five had a lot to do with it. As a unit, they averaged 17 catches and 307 yards every game. I tell you what, it's going to be tough for Michigan to beat them unless they can get to Ryan Leaf. Ha! They get to him. That's the key.
Well, that and the great balance of Washington State. Michigan, everybody's talking about this nickel package that Michigan will install in this football game. They have to be very careful of the balance with Michael Black and his ability to run the ball. Look for Michigan to get into the nickel package, disguise coverage, and I think the key is putting pressure on Ryan Leaf with blitzes, linebackers, safeties, and the Heisman Trophy winner, Charles Woodson. Everybody thinks he's a great cover man, but he's just as effective when he comes after quarterbacks. We've seen it all year long.
And he'll be real close to the quarterback, lined up as the nickel back in that slot package, a very quick line to the quarterback. We are just getting started on our bowl kickoff show. When we come back, we'll check in down in Miami, where maybe it's fitting, but Scott Frost is the other quarterback in this game once again. He caps his career. Also, the Bowl Blitzers stop by to break down 4 bowl games. We're coming back to Pasadena after this. The kickoff show is brought to you by Volvo. Volvo reminds you to drive safely. Pasadena, those are some of the beautiful homes on the side of the Arroyo Seco. Do you know that one of those homes now costs a lot more than the Rose Bowl cost to build back in the 20s?
Oh, good one.
Michigan on New Year's Day here is trying to become the lowest ranked preseason team to go on to win a national championship. They were 13th in the coaches poll, number 14 in the AP, since 1984, and BYU, which capped a perfect season in the Holiday Bowl, playing, ironically, Michigan. It was a tie game in the 4th quarter. Then Robbie Bosco stepped up, zipped the pass to Kelly Smith with 1:23 remaining. 24-17 Cougars. They finish at 13-0, and they render New Year's Day meaningless, and that was the last time that happened. Meanwhile, in tonight's version of the Holiday Bowl, it is Colorado State and Missouri. The ingredients are there for yet another classic Holiday Bowl showdown. Let's go to our guys in San Diego for a preview.
All right, thanks, Rich Waltz, Rod Gilmore in San Diego. You know, when you think Holiday Bowl, you think great quarterback, you think great comebacks. Let's start with the quarterbacks for tonight's game. Colorado State has a good one in Moses Moreno.
Yeah, I really like him. He's a great quarterback. Just look at what he's done all season long and throughout his career. Offensive Player of the Year in the WAC. Career 49 touchdown passes, 20 of them this season, 9th in Division 1A passing efficiency. He is a tough competitor.
Right, I know it's early, but they're already talking 98 Heisman and Missouri's quarterback. That's Corby Jones. Difficult man to stop.
Well, when you start talking about Heisman, you need a great season before you get there. And Corby Jones had a great season this year. Look what he did. 2,500 total yards, 887 on the ground. And if you don't back out some of the losses from sacks, he's over 1,000 yards.
This is the 20th annual Plymouth Holiday Bowl. In the 19 previous games, 12 have been decided in the final minute. We demand no less tonight. It's the Holiday Bowl. It's Colorado State. It's Missouri. Back to the studios.
Guys, thank you. Hope that booth is comfortable. Settle in. Sometimes these Holiday Bowls take a while, but usually it's worth it. Guys, Colorado State brings in plenty of offense to go with the defense that was top 10 in scoring, including that salt and pepper backfield.
Well, you're right about that. When you think about Colorado State's offense, I think most people think about their ability to throw the football. Not this year. The Rams have great balance on offense, not only with Moses Moreno's ability to throw, but Damon Washington. He's a slasher, 3rd running back in school history to go back-to-back years of 1,000 yards. And Kevin McDougal has great power and speed, had 255 yards in the WAC championship. Now, Missouri, I think Missouri's going to score points with Corby Jones, but they can't play defense. I think Colorado State's balanced attack and a shootout, typical Holiday Bowl shootout, wins it. Colorado State in the Holiday Bowl.
I've been waiting. First time, not so fast, from the state of California. This is it. Not so fast, my friend. Missouri has scored 40 points 6 times this year, and Corby Jones is the reason this quarterback is sensational. Now, Corby, number 7, has accounted for 55% of the offense. He runs and he throws, and he's had a total 26 touchdowns this year. And the key thing about this guy, remember, he almost beat Nebraska. That's right, Nebraska, not Colorado State. Now watch him. He's only a junior. But I think Corby Jones will be the difference, and Missouri will beat Colorado State with Corby Jones as the hero.
I fully expect you guys to disagree on which float is the most beautiful on New Year's morning in the parade. Now we're going to shift down to the Orange Bowl, where Scott Frost, and maybe this is his destiny, is going to be considered the other quarterback. Peyton Manning has more records and more trophies than any quarterback in college football. Scott Frost doesn't have a lot of records, doesn't have a trophy yet, but he perhaps deserves a lot more respect than he's gotten in his career, even from his own fans. Mike Adamle now joins us from Miami with more on the Huskers quarterback.
Chris, you are absolutely right. For the last 2 days, all anybody here in Miami could talk about was Peyton Manning and the condition of his right knee. And now that it appears he will play, he did practice again today, we can turn our attention to that other quarterback. Scott Frost has the Cornhuskers on the brink of a perfect season. And Steve Cyphers has more on the kid from Wood River, Nebraska.
Scott Frost wasn't always flawless. Vershawn Jackson remembers when Frost transferred home from Stanford to try to run the option.
I remember seeing him run the option. It's like, you know, he's getting the running backs killed, running it all the way to the sideline, you know, and he just looked uncoordinated out there.
Oh, but look at him now.
Yeah, I think Scott Frost is the key to the whole offense. If you don't go up there and try to, finesse him a little bit, he's going to run you over. He's going to embarrass you on TV.
The tougher he gets, really, because, I seen him run through some linebackers and DBs out there.
Oh, yeah, he blocks, too.
I think around here, the quarterbacks have to be tough. We run the option and throw and even are asked to block occasionally. So we get made fun of if we're not as tough as the rest of the guys.
They don't make fun of Frost, who's played with a ruptured bursa sac in his right elbow, and like Peyton Manning, in his knee.
I played with that the entire second half of the season last year. I think I had it drained something like 17 or 18 times.
I think the whole offense is based around him, kind of like the whole offense was based around Tommy Frazier when they won a national championship a couple years ago.
Frost's numbers this year are comparable to Frazier's in '95, in some cases better. More total yardage and more rushing touchdowns. But most important to Frost, Nebraska's undefeated.
Well, I think this year has been so special to me, and the two things I'll look back on and remember probably most fondly is playing with the teammates that I'm going to graduate with this year, and especially playing for Coach Osborne.
Interesting. The tough guy has a soft side, too. In Miami, Steve Cyphers, ESPN.
A look at the numbers Steve Cyphers was talking about. Statistically, anyway, Scott Frost, a better runner than Tommy Frazier, and one of only 10 college football players in history ever to rush and pass for over 1,000 yards in a single season. Joined now by Sean Salisbury. Talking to Tennessee players the other day, it is clear that they don't want Scott Frost to get loose and run wild.
And they can't do that. They'd be crazy to sit back in two deep zone and allow Nebraska's high-potent option offense kill them. What they're going to do is load the box with 8 or 9 men, as you see OU did earlier in the year, and play man coverage on the outside. But Scott Frost made Oklahoma pay, and he'll try to do the same against Tennessee. A big concern for Tennessee has to be the play-action fake, particularly off the option. And Scott Frost does that well, too. He's made teams pay, and it's got to be a major concern for them. And I look for big plays to happen and them to take a chance doing that.
Frost, as versatile as they come, quarterback / running back, and if you listen to the whispers of NFL personnel people, maybe / strong safety come Sunday. That's it from windy Miami. Chris, back to you in Pasadena.
Mike, thank you. Yeah, maybe a strong safety position in his future, but as a quarterback, Scott Frost, great stats comparable to Corby Jones, who you'll see in about 20 minutes, and Michael Bishop. But wait a second, third team, the guy who led his team to a 12-0 record. Yeah, it's been a motivation for him. It certainly was a motivation in that Big 12 championship game as Texas A&M. It also angered his teammates as well because they've come to like him. They didn't at first. It was a tough job replacing Frazier, but his teammates now very, very much behind him.
Well, not only his teammates, a lot of the fans. This is a thick-skinned individual. He took a lot of criticism when he came in there initially to replace Tommy Frazier. He's done a great job. The thing I like about him, not only his ability to run and throw in this Nebraska offense, but how tough he is when he runs with the football. You heard the Tennessee players say he has the speed to get outside of you, but more importantly, if he can't outrun you, he's going to lower the shoulder and go right through you. You don't see that from very many quarterbacks running the option.
Nebraska uses the most devastating offensive series in the history of college football, a triple option. First, Makovic in the inside, everybody squeezed down. Frost comes down, runs the option, and pitches it to Ahman Green. How'd you like that? Ahman Green around. No wonder they're the leading scoring team in the nation. They're impossible to stop when they do it well.
I might have fumbled that.
What about this one? Down the line, back, throwing it. They throw the ball.
They throw it everywhere.
Absolutely. You know, Frost never considered a good big game quarterback until he went to Husky Stadium and played so well against UW. No more questions about Scott Frost, I don't think, in a big game. Coming up, the Plymouth Holiday Bowl, we are counting down to an exciting matchup between Colorado State and Missouri. From San Diego, Brock Olivo, part of that plow horse offense that Larry Smith employs for Mizzou. We're coming back with more after this. Which first up on the Gator.
Forget about the North Carolina and Virginia Tech regular seasons. The important stuff has happened since then. For the Tar Heels, Mac Brown is out, the Alliance is out, and former assistant Carl Torbush is in. Meanwhile, 7 players, including 3 starters, have been charged with misdemeanor assault. Maybe quarterback Chris Keldorf can provide a lift. He missed last year's Gator Bowl because he was hurt. He's starting in it this year because Oscar Davenport is hurt. Health has also been Virginia Tech's concern. Quarterback Al Clark needed arthroscopic knee surgery, and he may not be at full speed. However, 3 previously injured wideouts have returned. Meanwhile, the defense has been trying to get well. The Hokies allowed a total of 64 points in their last 2 games. Not coincidentally, they lost both. Now the Bowl Blitz continues with Tony Barnhart.
Who'll win the Outback Bowl? Well, it depends on what you like. If you like size and strength, you gotta go with the Badgers. The great Ron Dayne is healthy for the first time since August, and he runs behind an offensive line bigger than the national debt. But if you like speed and skill, Georgia gets a big edge in this one. With weapons like Robert Edwards, Hines Ward, and Champ Bailey, the Bulldogs can score from anywhere at any time. Friends, when it's speed versus strength, go with the speed and go with Georgia. The Dogs post their 10th win for the first time since 1992. And now the Bowl Blitz continues with Gene Wojciechowski.
The last time Oklahoma State played in a bowl game was 1988. Barry Sanders was the running back, Wyoming was the big-time loser, and Joe Tiller was a Wyoming assistant coach. Now they meet again. Oklahoma State and Tiller, that is. Tiller's surprising Purdue team ranks 7th nationally in total offense. Plus, Kendall Matthews is back after missing 4 games with a pulled quad muscle. Before the injury, Matthews was Purdue's leading rusher. For Oklahoma State, pressure is on all-purpose quarterback Tony Lindsay and the poor man's Charles Woodson, cornerback R.W. McQuarters. Oklahoma State is solid, but Purdue simply has more talent. Almost 10 years later, Tiller gets his revenge. The Bowl Blitz continues with Don Borst.
If either Arizona State or Iowa had a healthy #1 quarterback, it'd be easy to pick them to win Wednesday's Sun Bowl. But they don't. Iowa's Matt Sherman hopes to play, but a midseason broken thumb still has him iffy. So Randy Reiners will probably be the guy for the Hawkeyes. Arizona State's Ryan Keeley blew out a knee in the season finale, so lanky Steve Campbell will try to show that he can be more effective than he was in that loss to Arizona. In the meantime, there are some other things going on. Hawkeye Jared DeVries and ASU's Jeremy Stott rate with the best interior defenders in the country. And Iowa's Tim Dwight fills the role of several breakaway players, but ASU can counter with guys like J.R. Redmond and Lindsey Jackson. Then there's the Hawkeyes' Tavian Banks of 1,600-yard fame. He's still looking for a big game against a quality defense. That's a challenge that the Sun Devils offer.
Guys, thank you. We'll get to that game in a second. But firstly, back to the Gator Bowl. And the obvious angle here is a coaching change as far as the head coach and how that might affect the Tar Heels.
I don't think it'll hurt the Carolina at all. The reason is this. North Carolina was ranked #2 in the nation on defense behind Michigan. The defensive players went to the athletic director and said, we want Carl Torbush to be our coach. I think the North Carolina defense will win this game for Carl.
Arizona State and Iowa now in that Sun Bowl, the Big Ten Conference. 0-1 with Michigan State's blowout loss.
This may be one of their few wins, this one and possibly the Rose Bowl. You heard Don Borst in his report there talking about the injury to Ryan Keeley. I think that's the key to the football game because it's really going to make Arizona State try to run the football with Michael Martin and J.R. Redmond. But that's the strength of Iowa's defense. They're 11th in the nation in rushing defense. Because of that, the Hawkeyes will neutralize the speed of Arizona State. I think Iowa will win.
I think Campbell's going to have to throw the ball. He has a much stronger arm than Ryan Keeley, and obviously has some experience. But yeah, the timing has been off in practices. That has been the problem. Well, the Pac-10 versus the Big Ten, that's an intriguing conference matchup because, as I said, the Big Ten 0-1, and the Pac-10 has been the strongest conference in bowls so far. It started in Las Vegas. Oregon came in and took on an Air Force defense that had been statistically very impressive in the regular season, and Oregon just chewed them up. This is Achilles Smith to Pat Johnson. The Ducks jumped out to a very early lead and rolled 41-13. In the Insight.com Bowl, Arizona and New Mexico, Kelly Malvo intercepting Graham Lee. Strange use of the quarterbacks for Arizona in this ballgame. Ortiz Jenkins didn't get in till late, but that Wildcat defense did the job, and they won up by 6. In the Aloha Bowl, as we mentioned, It was Washington crushing the Spartans. Rashawn Sheehy returning from the injury. Michigan State's defense was terrible. Todd Schultz was not good. Well, there was very little that was good in the 51-23 loss. Coming up, the Holiday Bowl. The WAC champions from Colorado State taking on Missouri. Countdown continues. The legendary Bowl week continues tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern time. It's Oklahoma State. Great rebuilding story behind Bob Simmons breaking a bowl drought, taking on Joe Tiller's Purdue Boilermakers. They team is snapping an 0 for the 90s bowl drought. Pac-10, as we said, has been the most impressive conference, 3-0. Conference was 4-0 back in '89, also in '78, but they've never had 5 wins collectively in a bowl season. With 3 more games to go, that seems reachable even before Wazoo plays Michigan in the Rose Bowl. Meanwhile, the Big 12 Conference just starting to get going in the bowl season. For the second consecutive year, that conference did not meet the number of bowl teams it was contracted for, so there's some scrutiny here.
And the Big 12, they've had a problem with PR also. The fact that they were 2-3, as you saw last year, has hurt them. But I think they do much better this year. There are 3 reasons. Quarterbacks Jones, Bishop, and Frost. I think those 3 guys win for them. I like the Big 12 chances with those quarterbacks.
Well, I agree with you about the quarterbacks. I think we need to match up the Big 12 and the Big 10 a little bit more because they play all these soft non-conference games, and then they go through the conference games and beat up on each other. Then they get to the bowl games and they lose all their bowl games. I think the Big 12 this year goes 1-4, and their 1 will be Nebraska in the Orange Bowl. After that, Kansas State, I think, is their only other hope.
I don't think so. I think 3-2.
Some bold predictions.
Big 10 and Big 12 struggling.
Well, it's official today. We talked about it, but Curtis Enis, the fine Penn State running back who was ruled ineligible for the Citrus Bowl because he accepted a suit from an agent, will bypass his senior season at Penn State and make himself available for the NFL draft. Joe Paterno, in the wake of this controversy, strongly suggesting that Enis would do so. Curtis not coming clean with his involvement with that agent initially. Certainly a problem there. Well, we're coming back. We've got a couple more minutes here, and then it's going to be off to San Diego for the Plymouth Holiday Bowl, where Sonny Lubick and his Rams, fresh off the WAC championship, will try to knock off Larry Smith's Mizzou Tigers. Should be fun. And welcome back to our bowl kickoff special. Before we get you to San Diego, some score reminders that in the Humanitarian Bowl this afternoon in Boise, it was Cincinnati beating Utah State 35-19. Bearcats 6-0 outside of Conference USA. In the CarQuest Bowl underway down in Miami, Amos Zaraway has just gotten in the end zone for the Mountaineers to tie that game at 7. Mountaineers trying to break a 6-game losing streak in bowls. Georgia Tech making their first bowl appearance since '91. We are set to kick it to San Diego at a halftime here from Pasadena. We'll talk about Michael Black, the fine running back for Washington State, sometimes left out of the equation. We talk about the Fab Five and Ryan Leaf and the Fat Five. Also, a report coming up from the Orange Bowl. Have we mentioned that it's Tom Osborne's final game?
I think so.
We'll put the focus on the Cornhuskers coach coming up at halftime here from Pasadena with reports as well from Miami. But now it's time to kick it from Pasadena to San Diego, down the coast, down I-5 for an exciting matchup, Colorado State and Missouri. Enjoy it. We'll see you at halftime.
Welcome to National Car Rental's presentation of ESPN Bowl Week.
Let's go, Giants! Qualcomm Stadium in San Diego, home of the Plymouth Holiday Bowl, destination for Colorado State and Missouri. When Larry Smith arrived at Missouri, he wanted them back in the postseason. 4 years later, they have arrived. The Missouri Tigers' march to San Diego has been led by junior quarterback Corby Jones. He's the Big 12 leader in total offense, and he's already Heisman material in '98. The Colorado State Rams ran through the WAC with 2 big backs. Kevin McDougal and Damon Washington both averaged close to 100 a game. Colorado State, the champions of the WAC. Missouri, the darlings of the Big 12. The Plymouth Holiday Bowl, it's next. Qualcomm Stadium, always a great stage for what is always an entertaining bowl game. It's the Plymouth Holiday Bowl, the 20th annual Plymouth Holiday Bowl. Our matchup tonight from the WAC, the Colorado State Rams at number 17. From the Big 12, the Tigers of Missouri at number 20. You saw Larry Smith, Colorado State head coach Sonny Lubick is hard as work right now as well.
Play reckless out there. Defensively, swarm to the football. You're number 1 in the country with turnovers because you swarm, knock that son of a bitch loose. Defensively, just keep doing the things you've done all year, pursuing the football. Special teams, you can win this game for us. Come up big on special teams. Take the pride in that you've done all your lives. Let's get after it. Anthony, keep that team going up there. Keep that offensive line moving. Let's see these guys. They want to see how physical football is played. We'll show them. So we're ready to go in about. We're ready to go in about 2 minutes. Now we take that field. Take it with pride. We got some time there. Let's go, Ryan.
Hi, everyone. Rich Waltz, Rod Gilmore. Welcome to San Diego. I know you're ready to hit somebody. Sonny Lubick was very emotional when he talked to us 2 days ago as well. He said big game, obviously, for us, and big game for the conference.
Hey, he's telling those guys to get physical. He wants to get after him right now. He wants Colorado State to get some national respectability, and he wants the WAC to get it, too. They've lost bowl games already twice. Colorado State is a last chance.
Missouri got some respectability and national attention the hard way. Remember the kick against Nebraska? This is a very good football team. One reason why, their quarterback. He's outstanding, Corby Jones.
Yeah, you can turn a program around when you have a great player like Corby Jones. Great option quarterback, great running quarterback, great throwing quarterback. He can get it done inside or out. He's about 227 pounds and a real load when he's in the open field. Rich, he can make plays all over the field. He could be the difference in the ball game.
When Sonny Lubick needs plays in his backfield, he's got two guys to choose from, Kevin McDougal and Damon Washington. They both can go for 100 in the same game.
Yeah, well, they both have gone over 1,000 yards rushing this season. Mr. Inside, Mr. Outside. Damon Washington, Mr. Outside. Speed, quickness, and great vision. McDougal, inside, strength, toughness, great versatility. He can get it done for him as well.
Talking about the backfield of Colorado State, the man that pulls the trigger is Moses Moreno, outstanding quarterback, and there's certainly a legacy of that here in the Holiday Bowl. One big question about Moreno, who threw for 20 touchdown passes this year, his right elbow, the Bursar sack. I know it's not the most famous one in college football. Peyton Manning's got one on his knee. Moreno's right elbow may give him problems. For a report, here's Chris Marlowe.
All right, Rich, ruptured bursa sac or not, Moses does indeed have a sore elbow. Now, he first hurt that elbow in the San Diego State game. A week later in the WAC championship, he banged it hard again. It swelled up to the size of a baseball. He could barely throw, and he suffered through the worst game of his season. Now, tonight, all Moses needs is a little protection. He was thinking about wearing this pad. He decided not to. He is going to let his offensive line try to keep him upright. Now, the other story we're following tonight, Missouri's Brian Craycraft. He broke his leg November 8th against Nebraska, and when he is healthy, he is Missouri's best defensive lineman. But you see him right there. He is running in pain. The key for Craycraft, he is a run stopper. Missouri has problems stopping the run. If he can play 50% of the stops, or the snaps tonight, I should say, Missouri will be in business. Back to you.
Sonny Lubick leading his Colorado State Rams on the field, champions of the WAC. They've been here twice in the last 3 years. They have yet to get a win. They want to stop that tonight. In their sights, the Missouri Tigers, led by Larry Smith of the Big 12 Conference. It's the Plymouth Holiday Bowl. The Tigers of Missouri come in at number 20. Colorado State at number 17. 19 previous Holiday Bowls, 12 have been decided by a touchdown or less. We demand no less tonight.
Dad had the Liftmaster, man.
The Plymouth Holiday Bowl is brought to you by Janus No Load Mutual Funds.
Jack Murphy Field at Qualcomm Stadium, home of the Plymouth Holiday Bowl, as Colorado State gets set to meet the Missouri Tigers. A good crowd on hand. Sonny Lubick is here in just his 5th year, 3 WAC titles. His Rams come in at 10-2. No Colorado State team has ever won 11 football games. He'd like to add that notch to his belt. Larry Smith has done it in a lot of places. This is his 4th team into a bowl game. Only 3 other coaches in history have done that. This year, a breakthrough year at 7-4, 5-3, 3rd in the Northern Division of the Big 12 Conference. Missouri won the toss and elected to kick. Scott Nickman will kick it off. Darren Hall, Kevin McDougal are deep. And the 20th annual Holiday Bowl is just underway. It is traditionally a bowl game that has delighted with its fantastic finishes.
And as you've been telling me all week, we're going to get that tonight. Both these teams put up a lot of points. It'll be entertaining.
Nickman's kick, and it's Hall. Darren Hall across the 25 and out to the 27-yard line. Flag down as we look at Moses Moreno, senior, and a good one. 20 touchdowns this year, 9 interceptions, and Missouri will watch Colorado State backed up on their first possession, holding against the Rams.
On the receiving team.
Starting lineups for Colorado State. Damon Washington averaging 93 yards per game. He's had some big games throughout. He'll rotate with Kevin McDougal. Eli Workman, a very good tight end, 18 catches and 2 touchdowns. And a great offensive line as well. We're ready to go. Moses Moreno at the controls. Derek Ewell in a 2 tight end set with Eli Workman. And Moreno's going to put it up. Swings it out to Kevin McDougal across the 20. McDougal falls to the 27-yard line. And he's got a first down, a gain of about 12. I told you about the offensive line. 30 sacks this year. Anthony Cesario, one of the best in the WAC, first-team pick. Cesario and center Mike Newell have not given up a sack this year.
Rich, you noticed right off the bat the 2 tight end set was out there. But what they did was they forced them to put more guys to the 2 tight end set, and they came back and ran the screen pass to the weak side where there were fewer players. McDougal did a nice job finishing it off.
Both McDougal and Washington, the 2 backs, can catch the football. And McDougal can lay a lick on you, too, as he's across the 30 out to the 32-yard line. Colorado State has a big defense. Missouri does not. That might be a factor tonight. It's a Missouri defense that does not put pressure on the passer. Steve Erickson gets the start in place of Brian Craycraft, as you heard Chris Marlowe talk about Craycraft's legs. Just 17 sacks for this unit. Al Sterling is in the middle. He's a junior. He's a converted nose tackle. A secondary that has 14 interceptions. Harold Pearsley has 4 in his last 4 games. There's a look at Erickson. McDougal again. Across the 40, and McDougal is across the 45 to the 47-yard line. Rod Gilmore, you heard Sonny Lubick talk about it. Very important to establish his physical presence up front.
Hey, this is about answering a question. Is the WAC team tough enough to hang with a Big 12 team? And that's why they're coming out right now, putting big bodies on smaller bodies and pounding away at them. McDougal heads upfield, and he's lowering the shoulder. He's taking on people. Sonny Lubick said be physical, and they're coming out trying to be that way.
McDougal had an absolutely huge game in the WAC championship. Moreno on play action. Swings it out to Eli Workman, the tight end, and it's incomplete. One thing, Rod, we should address early on, and that's the layoff that these 2 teams have had. For the Missouri Tigers, their last football game was November 15th. They beat Baylor. Colorado State has played 2 football games since that date.
So you would expect that Colorado State would be a little bit more crisp than Missouri. They played in the WAC championship just 3 weeks ago, so they should be fresher, more accustomed to the hitting, and ready to go after it, and they are starting out that way.
Moreno had an outstanding year, completed 61% of his passes. Jeff Turner in motion, and it's Turner who has the football at the 42. Close to midfield, a gain of maybe 3. Harold Pearsley made the stop. Significant that Jeff Turner is in the football game.
Well, there was a question as to whether he was going to play because he has a bad knee, and you see he's limping off the field right now. He was their leading receiver this season, and they wanted to find out right away if he'd be able to play.
And it looks like, as he limps off, that knee is bothering him. There are a couple of Rams that are dinged up in this one. Missouri comes in very healthy. 3rd down, 7. There's a look at Turner, one of the emotional leaders on this football team. Moreno's throw is caught. Paul Turner with the catch, very close to a first down.
Well, Missouri plays a lot of man-to-man coverage. Colorado State expects to be able to beat the man coverage with Turner and others. And this time, just a quick short route. You see the man-to-man coverage right up in the face of the receivers. Turner, number 5, works inside against Chris and makes the reception. A little bit strange there for Colorado State to have 2 receivers in the same area, but Paul Turner, the senior from San Diego, was able to work his way inside and pick up what looks like a first down.
First down, Colorado State. Initial drive of this football game. Moreno really spreads it around. Sonny Lubbock's offense is an interesting hybrid of the spread offense. A 3-receiver set, but they run the ball first.
Right. If you've seen Washington State and teams like that, they spread you out and they throw the ball. Well, Colorado State spreads you out, but the power game is what they're going to give you. Paul Turner will make some catches, 21 on the season, but it's the power game that is the bread and butter for Colorado State.
Moreno's other 2 targets on the outside, Darren Hall and Corey McCoy, also have 21 catches. It's a very balanced offensive attack, and it's something that's been missing for Colorado State in their 2 other Holiday Bowl trips. McDougal over the right side, and he's hit hard. He'll gain maybe a yard. Brod, this defense for Missouri, Kevin Ford making the stop, bends, doesn't break.
No, but they're going to have to stop this play. The old counter tray is going to come around in here. They've got to be able to attack that thing and hit it behind the line of scrimmage. They do a good job this time of getting into the backfield and hitting the linemen before they can turn upfield. Missouri is smaller, but they're quick. So if they do that, they can stop that play.
19th in the nation against the run, and that was a real concern for Mo Ankney, their defensive coordinator, as well as Larry Smith. Little option look for Moreno. Pitch to McDougal, and he's outside, and McDougal is inside the 35 to the 34-yard line. Last year, he played both offense and defense. They kept him on offense all year long, and it paid off.
Well, the key for Colorado State is Eric Bailey and Anthony Cesario, 71 and 72. When they get out front and lead a play, they do a great job. There you see Bailey with a nice block. McDougal further outside, picking up good yardage. But those 2 big guys on the right side are the key for the offensive line for Colorado State.
Almost 4 minutes into this drive, 8 plays. McDougal and his offensive line have been a big part of it. Bailey, a senior, at 295. Third down, short. McDougal on a play that really stuttered from the start might just have the first down.
Well, they came again with the counter tray play, the one that was stopped a few plays ago. You come back with it, they may have picked up the first down here, but the thing that is really good to note is that Colorado State is really trying to be physical. Again, you will see them again, come again with the counter tray. They run it the other way this time. You see the guard, tackle action, pulling, getting in front of McDougal. Once again, though, Missouri does a good job of getting up the field. Ford is in there to make the play. But, Rich, the WAC has a reputation of being a soft, pass-happy conference. Sonny Lubick wants to send a message to the country that they play physical football out here.
This is not a WAC team that our mommies and daddies told us about.
It's a different kind of WAC.
In the tradition of the Holiday Bowl, the Jim McMahons, the wide-open offense of BYU, Sonny Lubick and the Rams are an outstanding team on the ground. 220 yards per game. McDougal already has 30 in this one. Shotgun look from Moreno. Moses with time, swings it out, got a man. It's Corey McCoy, the junior.
And Rich, you see how the running game gives you the ability to have time to throw the ball. Marino has plenty of time to get this ball to McCoy. Watch how he has protection and see if this ball is a nicely thrown ball. Does his elbow bother him? Doesn't appear so. He's comfortable. He's sitting in the pocket. Not a real nice follow through there, but nevertheless, plenty of time to get that ball out to McCoy. No one around him. McCoy does a nice job of picking up the first down.
Damon Washington in the backfield. In motion is Workman on 1st and 10, and it's Washington who has excellent speed on the outside. He's inside the 20, out of bounds at the 19-yard line. Damon Washington 4 times this year was over 100 yards. His biggest game, 188. And Sonny Lubick told us 2 days ago he'll go to either one, David Washington or Kevin McDougal. They're close to averaging combined 200 a game.
Well, I mean, these guys have done a great job. McDougal was the guy who was a star in the WAC Conference Championship game against New Mexico with 255 yards. But Washington is the guy who really can turn it up a notch.
McDougal is back behind Moreno. And he'll get it straight up the gut inside the 15. And it takes 6 Tigers to bring him down. He's short of the first down. It'll be 3rd down and 3. Last year, 2 backs over 1,000 yards. This year, 2 backs over 1,000 yards. That's quite an accomplishment.
Well, you see what Branch did for them last year before moving on to the NFL and the Raiders. Washington has done it 2 years in a row. McDougal, well, he'll have a chance to do it even more. He's a guy that's been a two-way player for them. Initially a defensive back, they moved him over with great results.
Colorado State apparently was listening when Sonny Lubick told them before the football game, if they want physical football, we'll show them. They have muscled their way inside the 15. Little reverse action. Darren Hall, it's Hall, and he's into the end zone. Touchdown, Colorado State. 14 yards, and the Rams are on the board first.
You saw how that counter tray action was leading the run. Well, they give the same action this time, but they come back with the reverse that time, back around. That allows them to get the touchdown.
Watch the end of the play as Hall goes down.
Darren Hall, celebration with his teammates, winds up heading back down here at the end. He's hurt there, and he's trying to get down to the ground, and his teammates are holding him up.
Looked like he was clutching either his left shoulder or his left side.
Yeah, it looked like the rib area.
Hall, the sophomore, it's a sweet place to be for him. Qualcomm Stadium. He's a San Diego kid. And a 14-yard touchdown, and he appears to be all right. And Sonny Lubick's Rams have a 6-0 lead.
And what a nice drive. Great play calling, finishing it off with a play that comes off of plays they had been running earlier in the drive.
Ryan Esslinger will hold it. Derek Franz will kick it. And impressively, Colorado State, champions of the WAC, have come out and put 7 on the board in the Plymouth Holiday Bowl.
The Plymouth Holiday Bowl is presented by Plymouth. More fun, more car. That's Plymouth. And in part by San Diego. Call 1-800-701-WAVE for a free visitor's planning guide.
Qualcomm Stadium, home of the Plymouth Holiday Bowl. Colorado State on top of Missouri. Only one possession in the football game so far. C.W. Hurst will kick it off for Colorado State. And a short kick which is fielded, and out of bounds it goes at the 22.
Let's go back to that touchdown and watch what happens here. You're going to get this action again, which we've seen before, and then they come back with the reverse behind it. That was a play they ran earlier in the drive to pick up ground yardage. Now they come back with the reverse. It fools Missouri. Hall gets into the end zone, but takes a shot at the end from Chris and Perkins. And it's a big hit at the end that knocks the wind out of him. From this angle, you can see it, Rich. Watch what happens at the end of the play. Hall is going to get sandwiched by 2 cornerbacks, Chris and Hall. Watch them as they show up with the hit. Right now, as he comes through, bang, bang. 2 shots, knocks the wind out of him, but Hall is now okay.
The moral of this story, don't let up until you're safely to the sideline. Corby Jones to the air, has his man. It's Kent Lehman who can't hold on. And it's incomplete. A look at Corby Jones. Our first look at Chris Marlowe. Chris?
All right, Rich, you gave it away. He did have the wind knocked out of him, but he's got a sore rib to go with it now. He's okay. He'll be back in when the Rams get the ball back on offense.
Darren Hall, the first touchdown of the ball game. And now our attention turns to the Missouri Tigers and their offense. And a well-oiled machine it's been. Corby Jones, the junior. He has beaten teams with his legs and with his right arm. And it's Jones who lost the football. And Colorado State has it. In 11 games, Missouri had just 14 turnovers all year long. And in the second play tonight, they've already got one.
Well, they're playing a team that comes in with a plus 27 turnover margin. And they get another one here. Watch the hit at the end on Corby Jones. He's just trying to pick up a little extra yardage, and he takes a shot right at the end from Taylor. Willie Taylor makes the hit, and that makes the ball come out. And Corby Jones has done a great job of protecting the football this season, but he never saw that hit coming this time. Came from the backside, had the ball up, and Taylor knocked it out.
Rick Kroll with the recovery. He was very close to being down. And now Colorado State back in business. Moreno going deep. Got a man. Incomplete. And I guess Darren Hall's ribs are okay. He made a nice effort.
And Shad Chris was okay too. That was pretty good coverage out there. There was never any separation between Hall and Chris. Watch how Chris stays with him at the end. He never lets Hall separate. That's great speed by Chris. When you have a corner that can close like that, you've got yourself a real prospect, which he is.
Colorado State defense. And a look at Brian Craigcraft, who's in the football game. Inside handoff, McDougal is smothered. Al Sterling with help from Justin Wyatt.
Rich, we saw Craycraft in the ball game. He broke the fibula in his leg, which doesn't bear the most weight on the body, but they say he's healthy enough to play, but he's having a lot of pain, and you can see he is still limping, and he's still trying to play through it. They want to play him early to see if he can work his way through it.
Fourth third down opportunity for the Rams. They've converted all three. On 3rd and 10, McDougal slips, and down he goes. We were talking about turnovers. Both of these teams made that a big part of their resume here in '97. Colorado State just 13. Missouri 15.
Yeah, there's Colorado State only 13. Missouri down here.
And that includes the fumble by Corby Jones tonight.
Yeah. And when you don't turn the ball over, you have the best chance of winning football games. And that's why both these teams are in this bowl game.
Preston Lowe's to punt. And a good one. But the Rams can't cover it. And Missouri will get their second opportunity to move the football. A 39-yard punt. Colorado State on top of Missouri. From above, courtesy of the Goodyear Blimp Eagle, based in Carson, California. The Goodyear Blimp began covering football back in 1962. Which bowl, Rod Gilmore, did they start with?
I don't know, but we have a blimp. That's great, you know.
The Orange Bowl back in '62.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, we got a blimp here, man. The Goodyear blimp.
Second possession now for the Tigers. And it's the big fullback, Ernest Blackwell.
straight ahead. Let's look at the offense of this Tiger team. 420 yards per game, 263 of it on the ground. We told you about Corby Jones. Brock Oliva is the blood and the guts of this Tiger team. Olivo, 67 yards per game and 11 touchdowns. Kent Lehman, a big play guy, 25 yards per catch. That led the Big 12 Conference. An offensive line that's given up just 19 sacks. Rod Riddy, they say, is a future star, just a sophomore. And Mike Morris right next to him, making his 40th straight start on the offensive line. 2nd and 7. Jones. Blackwell. Tough man to bring down. He's across the 25. He'll be short of the first down. Colorado State's defense outstanding, just 327 yards per game, and they get to the quarterback. 34 sacks on the season. Clark Haggans gets there the most, 11 sacks for the sophomore out of Torrance. Willie Taylor in the middle, the junior with 2 picks, a very active linebacking crew for defensive coordinator Larry Kerr. And Myron Terry has 6 of 18 Colorado State interceptions this year. Down 5. The pitch is to Devin West. He's got the first down. Myron Terry made the stop. And the Tigers moved the sticks.
Well, you know, Colorado State comes in here with the plan of taking the ball away from Corby Jones. Make him pitch it. Well, that's okay, except when you pitch it to Devin West and he makes a play like this, it kind of makes you rethink that strategy. Corby Jones is going to give up the ball quickly here, but Devin West is 215 pounds and has great speed. And when he lowers his shoulders, he can pick up the extra yardage, and he did it right there. So the plan is good, but you got to follow through and make sure Devin West doesn't get it done too.
West again across the 40, brought down by Willie Taylor. You normally hear this in a passing offense, Rod, but there sometimes aren't enough footballs for Larry Smith to go around offensively.
Yeah, but if you're a defensive back, you got to make sure that you stay on your feet and that you can make some plays. And Myron Terry right here is going to find out that that's a little bit tough to do when you get guys on top of you. He's going to come up to try and make a play. He just gets hit right here. Watch, bang. You got to be a hitter. You can't be the hittee. And Myron Terry was taking it that time.
There are a lot of hitters in the Missouri backfield, including this man, Corby Jones, who has hit a big one here inside the 30s down to the 25-yard line. 33-yard pickup.
Well, when you get the quarterback coming down the line on the option, you always assign somebody to him. You got to make sure that you get there. It looks like this time they wanted the free safety to get there and take care of the quarterback. Myron Terry doesn't look like he gets there. He's coming over. Here comes the quarterback now. Corby Jones up in the lane. Terry's late getting over. Hard to make that play. Corby Jones can make you pay if you do not account for him on each and every play. And that time, Corby Jones got the offense going big time. And Rich, as good as advertised, we've got a wide open game.
Jones has his man. It's Eddie Brooks, his tight end. First down, Missouri. Eason Ramson on the stop.
Well, when Corby Jones makes a play on the ground, he gains confidence. And that's when you want him to throw the ball, when he's confident. Well, he does it here. Over pursuit once again by Colorado State. They're trying to contain Corby Jones, so they make sure that they keep him in the pocket, but they don't get pressure up the middle on him.
Devin West and Willie Taylor was there to hit him.
John! And I can tell you one thing that Colorado State is thinking right now is Corby Jones on the option. And Larry Smith is probably thinking, you know, that's not a bad thing to do down here. I want my best player to have the ball. And Corby Jones is his best player. He's 227 pounds, and he makes good decisions.
Jones's decision this time to keep it inside the 5 down to the 3. Third down Missouri can get a first down inside the 1.
And see, when you have a guy that is that good, you can know what the play is, but he still makes you pay for it. Now watch Corby Jones here. We talked about decisions. Well, what about athletic ability? Right now he says, it's not there. Let me go back the other way. He changed, stops on the dime, makes the play, and picks up something when there was nothing there.
Flags down. There was time on the play clock.
Prior to the snap, false start on the offense, 5-yard penalty, still 3rd down.
A Big Ten officiating crew tonight.
Big Ten or wherever, you can certainly tell when there's movement, and it's right up there. You see it looks like it was a tight end up top. Stuvey was the guy that moved, number 88. Jake Stuvey, the big tight end, who's been a great blocker for Missouri all season long. Now this makes it a tough passing situation, Rich. There's not a lot of room for receivers to work down there, only about 18 yards.
Colorado State scored on almost a 6-minute drive, and Missouri has run some clock as they've moved the football in this one. On 3rd down. Jones is hit, and down he goes. Jamie Bennett, who's just a freshman with a big hit.
And actually, there was pretty good protection by Missouri. They just didn't have enough time to get receivers open. We talked about how everything is condensed down there. Initially, Corby Jones has time. Good pocket. He pulls it down because no one's open. That gives Bennett time to come in and make the hit.
Ryan Douglas, the holder, and the kick from Scott Nickman is good. Missouri is on the board. The Tigers trail Colorado State in the Plymouth Holiday Bowl. Colorado State 7, Missouri 3. Minute and a half left, first quarter. Rich Waltz, Rod Gilmore, Chris Marlowe.
You want to do the fun activities one, what they do? Yeah.
In San Diego. And Scott Nickman, whose field goal has put Missouri on the board, will kick it off. Very accurate field goal kicker. Hit on 11 of 13 throughout the season.
You get a Holiday Bowl, you get a fantastic start.
Kevin McDougal, maybe the largest kickoff returner in the country, is out across the 20 to the 23-yard line. ESPN continues its bowl week coverage tomorrow at 8. Number 24, Oklahoma State. Number 16, Purdue. The Boilermakers, the Cowboys in the Builder Square Alamo Bowl. Tune into ESPN tomorrow for all the bowl week excitement. Here in the Plymouth Holiday Bowl, both teams with impressive drives. Colorado State, almost a 6-minute drive. And you can see Missouri's drive there, over 5 minutes. Moreno gives to Washington. Across the 25 to the 26, down to the sidelines, Chris Marlowe.
All right, Rich, what did the teams do this week when they weren't practicing football? Let me give you the quick rundown. Barbecues, they went to the beach. They had lunch on an aircraft carrier. They went to the zoo. They went to Disneyland and SeaWorld. And by the way, I asked Larry Smith, who went to SeaWorld and the zoo, which did he like better? And Larry Smith told me, Chris, I'm a zoo man. I'm an old-fashioned kind of guy that likes lions and tigers. Back to you.
And Bears. 7-3 football game. Moreno's quick pop caught. Dallas Davis with the catch. And it's a first down.
A nice job by Marino and a nice route by the tight end. It takes the coverage away. Marino looks to the right, makes the play, but he has good help when his tight end comes down under here, and that pulls the linebacker 39 out of the way. You'll see there'll be someone crossing his face, and that opens up the area over there. And it looked like it was Odom, 39, who was unable to get in the throwing lane.
Damon Washington out across the 45. He has another Colorado State first down. Flags down.
There is no flag on the play.
Larry Smith, his fourth year.
How often does that happen? You get a flag and it gets waved off. Usually the holding is called just on general principle.
They'll measure for the first down. We're talking about Larry Smith. 21st year overall, 6 years at USC. Went to 3 Rose Bowls with the Trojans. 7 years at Arizona, 4 years at Tulane. Has brought his 4th team to a postseason bowl game.
Well, and I think a lot of people are happy for Larry Smith that he's gotten this thing turned around in Missouri. Remember, he was at USC for 6 years, went to Rose Bowls his first 3 years, last 3 seasons, 17, 17, and 2, and then was unceremoniously dumped by USC. And there you see what he's done. And he's only one of 4 coaches to have taken 4 different teams to bowl games. Lou Holtz did it, Earl Bruce, and Bill Mallory. Larry Smith has a formula that works for turning programs around.
Short of the first down. It's McDougal, and he's crunched. Al Sterling and Marquise Gibson, the first 2 to hit him. It'll bring up 3rd down and short. First quarter in the books. The Rams by 4.
With Plymouth, this is what you pay for, and this is what you get. Take, for example, Plymouth Neon. You get all this. And now these special savings. Get $1,500 cash back or 1.9% APR, so you can save over $2,700 in finance charges. One more time. This is what you pay for, and this is what you get. Plymouth Neon, only at your local Plymouth dealer.
The legendary James Brown sang a song called Make It Funky, and it is that brazen attitude that allows the free skier to perform with the same passion as the godfather of soul himself. Whether you're jumping over buses, racing down a double diamond, or you're the hardest working man in show business, you've got to give it your all. Make it funky. That is the motto of a winner.
The Winter X Games, presented by Taco Bell.
Yo quiero Taco Bell. Who's looking after your money? You do have goals to reach. Are mutual funds getting you there? How do they see things? At Janus, they look for opportunities one at a time. Not categories, not trends. Just great companies to invest in, no matter what the market's doing. You can find them if you look hard enough. And Janus does. Get there. Janus No-Load Mutual Funds.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
At National Car Rental, we believe that when it comes to renting a car, there's really only one place to go. Because at most major airports in America, National gets you in your car and on the road fast. So what are you waiting for? Let's go. National Car Rental.
Let's go!
7-3 Colorado State on top at Qualcomm Stadium. They still do call it Jack Murphy Field. So if you want to use the Murph, you can. 3rd down short for Colorado State. Derek Ewell in motion. It's McDougal, who needs 1.5 yards, and I think he has it. 1st down, Colorado State. Some key plays in the 1st quarter.
Well, pretty much Colorado State getting it done. Counter play and then the reverse off of it. Darren Hall getting the touchdown to put Colorado State up 7-0. And then on the other side of the ball, they handled Corby Jones down inside the 20 to make sure he wasn't able to get into the end zone. 7-3 Colorado State.
And at 1st and 10, just short of midfield. It's Washington, who slides through to the 46-yard line.
Now, one of the problems for Missouri is that they're pretty small defensively, particularly at the ends and the linebackers. Marquise Gibson, number 9, is only about 218 pounds, and he's down as a lineman. And you see how he gets handled on the line of scrimmage? If he can't stay in there and handle the lineman, they're going to have to find a way to give him some support because he's only 218 pounds.
He's a better hitter than Marquise Grissom.
I don't know. Marquise can hit that ball a little bit.
In the football sense.
Yes.
Moreno with time, and it's broken up. He was looking for Paul Turner. Wade Perkins, the junior out of Las Vegas, made the play.
Yeah, and what everybody likes about Moreno is his ability to stand in and be a tough quarterback. And he knew he was going to get hit on that play, and he just stood there and took the shots. And quarterbacks at this level and at the next level have got to be able to stand in and take the punishment. He knows it's coming, and he gets it from 2 guys, but he hangs in there nevertheless.
You heard Chris Marlowe say earlier, though, that right elbow, very tender. So far, so good. Not so good in the WAC championship game. It hurt him so much they had to stop throwing the ball. Moreno fires this one and has his man, Dallas Davis, with the catch. 1st down, Colorado State. Same pattern, Rod, and they beat Wade Perkins, the man that made the play.
Well, nothing but a 3-deep zone coverage here, and when you're able to get that and run off of it, you can do something with it. Here you see 3-deep coverage here. Just take down and run outside. You get good pass protection, you can deliver the ball. You see them dropping back, 3-deep coverage, just run the out pattern. There's nobody underneath the receiver, plenty of room to make the throw.
1st and 10. Colorado State has dominated the football so far. Washington to the 30. It's a gain of 2.
And I think Missouri is a little bit surprised by that. And Colorado State is doing exactly what Sonny Lubick said at the outset. Be physical. They're trying to establish that the WAC is a tough conference. They play hard-nosed football, and that's exactly what Colorado State is doing right now.
For all the memories in this football game surrounding the WAC conference, the WAC has struggled in this game. Since 1986, the Western Athletic Conference has won just twice here in the Holiday Bowl. BYU in 91, and the last time they won in 92, the Rainbows of Hawaii. Sonny Lubick has been here twice. Lost to Kansas State and to Michigan. Moreno on 2nd down. He's hit and drilled by Marquise Gibson.
You're right. He is a better hitter than Marquise Grissom. But that's his game right there. Speed. And Moreno is down.
And a real concern for Colorado State, although it doesn't look like they're looking at the right elbow.
Yeah, Moses Moreno was down that time. He took a big shot from Marquise Gibson. And we told you about him being a tough guy. Even tough guys get hurt from time to time.
Another look.
Well, Gibson, 220 pounds. He was a JC top pass rushing specialist. He uses his speed and quickness to blow right by the tackle and to get there. I mean, when you can come around the tackle that quickly, you've got a chance. You see that there was nobody who was going to help out that time. Damon Washington, number 20, was looking to get out on a screen pass, and he never, ever saw the guy coming.
Ryan Esslinger will come in and play quarterback. Moreno has had a good night so far, 6 of 9 on the sidelines for now. Esslinger has attempted just 18 passes this year, but he's hit on 13 of them. He's a junior out of Pueblo, Colorado. Option look, Washington. And look who made the play. Marquise Gibson again.
And that's his game. But you know, he put this man on the sideline by delivering a big hit. He must have been using a Louisville slugger.
Moreno a look in real time at Moses going down. You know, that's significant for Missouri, Rod. They had just 17 sacks this year in 11 games. That's not a whole lot, and not a good kick. Preston Lowe's gets a nice bounce, and it will roll down to about the 11-yard line. Moses Moreno trying to get his senses back. Colorado State on top, 7-3. A gorgeous night in San Diego for the Plymouth Holiday Bowl.
Why the long face, chum?
It's my car.
Let me show you how things could have been.
Chrysler and Plymouth presents It's a Wonderful Event. Now get $1,500 cash back on Plymouth Neon. Get Chrysler Cirrus LXI at $18,995. Or get up to $1,000 cash back on Plymouth minivans.
Say, are you an angel? You watch too many movies, friend.
My job is to compare products. And it's not often that I'm surprised. So when Head & Shoulders went up against the leading prescription brand, I expected the prescription to be better, but it isn't. A study proves Head & Shoulders is effective against dandruff. I found out there's a microscopic fungus associated with dandruff, and Head & Shoulders helps kill it. Helps stop flakes before they even start. Not even the expensive prescription works better. You may never see flakes again. I don't.
I believe everyone deserves to be treated with kindness, consideration, and respect. Except for those long-distance companies that call every minute and a half trying to get me to switch. Strings would come in here. I just want one phone bill. And that's why I think GTE is such a good value. GTE is my local phone company, and GTE is my long-distance company, which means one stamp, one check, and one less paper cut I have to deal with. Simplicity is a value. Well, what do you think?
Plymouth Holiday Bowl is presented by Plymouth. More fun, more car. That's Plymouth. And in part by San Diego. Call 1-800-701-WAVE for a free visitor's planning guide.
As they work on the right hand of Moses Moreno, the Colorado State defense now trying to keep Missouri inside the 10-yard line. Ernest Blackwell to the 12. And it's a gain of maybe a yard. What's up with Moses Moreno, Chris Marlowe?
All right, he got blasted by the big hit. The trainer tells me he's sore and beat up, but he is going to come back in the next series. So count on Moses Moreno to be back out when the offense takes the field. Back here.
Thanks, Chris.
That's going to be something worth watching, because you mentioned the elbow problem he came in with, and if he starts taking a pounding on the rest of his body, they may wind up doing what they did a couple weeks ago, which was give up on throwing the ball and just run it all day.
They did that against New Mexico, and boy, did they run it all day, and with a lot of success. That was in the WAC championship game. Corby Jones trying to get the Tigers untracked, and Jones is stopped at the 14-yard line. A bunch of Rams there to get him. Myron Terry, Greg Pollard at the bottom of the pile.
Well, the thing is, they're so fast right now. Colorado State, their linebackers flow so quickly that Corby Jones is not getting to the corner. And they're doing a real good job of handling the end and making sure he can't turn it upfield. Corby Jones is probably going to have to wind up looking at running the counter, get them flowing one way and then come back the other way to try and take advantage of the speed of the linebackers of Colorado State.
1 of 2 tonight on 3rd down. We haven't called Brock Olivo's number yet. He's in the backfield behind James. Jones to the sidelines, and it's broken up by Eric Olson.
And Olsen saw that coming a mile away. And the reason he saw it, Rich, is that they only had one receiver out on the pattern. And with one receiver out, there was no threat inside. And so Olsen knew that he could come up and help right away. Little double coverage there. He's coming over now. He knows that's the only receiver he has to be concerned about, and he just drives the football. Would have helped out Jones if the receiver had worked back to the ball a little bit.
Torrey Coleman, the intended receiver. Vince Sebo, sans shoe. A problem area for Missouri this year, averaging just 39 a kick. But this one is a missile. My goodness. Inside the 25. No problem there. 62 yards for the sophomore. Moses Moreno ready to answer the call. Colorado State on top of Missouri.
With Plymouth, this is what you pay for, and this is what you get. For instance, Plymouth Voyager, you get a winner of a Consumer's Digest Best Buy Award for 2 years in a row, and this is what you pay, just $17,245, and that makes Voyager the lowest priced minivan. One more time, this is what you pay for, and this is what you get. Get up to $1,000 cash back on select Plymouth minivans. See your Plymouth dealer today.
Vacation travelers know that when it comes to renting a car, there's really only one place to go, National Car Rental, especially if you're going to the happiest place on earth. Because as the official car rental company of Disneyland in Southern California, National gets you in your car and on the road fast for a family vacation you'll never forget. So what are you waiting for? Let's go to Disneyland with National Car Rental.
Pizza? Hey, who delivered? Actually, it's not delivery, it's DiGiorno. Oh! Where's it from? I believe I said it's not delivery, it's DiGiorno. Who'd you say delivered? It's not delivery. No! It's DiGiorno.
DiGiorno Rising Crust Pizza is the frozen pizza with a crust that bakes up fresh like pizzeria pizza.
Fight you for it. Don't make me hurt you.
For fresh baked pizza at home, it's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
National Car Rental Bowl Week continues as Clemson battles Auburn in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. Clemson-Auburn, Friday at 3 on ESPN.
One thing we got to do, Brian, is cover 3.
That color 58 yards. And he continues to throw the ball well. Ball Turner with the catch.
Well, heck, if you're going to put him in the ball game, you might as well find out right away if he can play. See if he can throw the ball. Well, he comes in and he fires a dart, picks up another first down. We talked about how tough this guy is. He's an accurate quarterback, and he's tough again. He's just been knocked around. He comes right back in and fires a dart right out there. But he looked like it hurt him a little bit. You see the end there, he kind of closed his eyes and looked down. I think he's having a little bit of pain.
Sonny Lubick watching this measurement. Turner very close to the first down. 5th year for Lubick. And talk about making an impression early on. His 3rd WAC title this year, 94, 95, and here in 97. Was an assistant defensive coordinator at Miami for Dennis Erickson before he came to Colorado State.
He knows about defense, but Missouri has established some goals for themselves as well to try and contain Colorado State and other opponents. One of the things that we knew they wanted to do was try and hold Colorado State to about 3.3 yards a carry. They haven't quite done that tonight, but they're getting better at it. It's been about 3.6 yards a carry so far.
2nd and very short. Kevin McDougal, the lone setback. And straight ahead he goes for a first down. Tough running by Kevin McDougal. First down, Colorado State.
Oh, we started talking about the Missouri goals, where here they are. They want to make sure they don't give up any drives over 12 plays. Third down percentage, they want to keep it to 33% or less. Defensive coordinator Mo Ankney has established this. He also wants to get a turnover within the 30-yard line and also control the sudden change. Win the sudden change. Sudden change means it's a change in momentum. You have a turnover, you got to go out there and stop them. And that's what they did to Colorado State in the first quarter.
You saw that on the top of the list. No drives over 12 plays. First drive, 13 plays, 85 yards. It was a Colorado State touchdown. Moreno's in trouble, stays on his feet, and wisely goes down with a slide across the 35-yard line. Cauldron off Easter made the stop.
But Mo Ankney has to be pleased with the way that his defense is playing right now. It's undersized, they know that, but they're fast, they're quick, they can make plays, they put enough pressure to keep Moreno kind of under control. And right now, you see a nice job of Erickson just fighting through the block of Bailey to get there and almost make the sack. It's effort like that that they're going to need to keep pressure on Moreno.
Second and 11. Damon Washington tripped up. Barry Odom with the stop.
And Damon Washington is feeling it. I mean, he felt it was right there. He just barely got tripped up. If he hadn't been tripped up, he still would be going.
Rarely do you say this about a team that is a ball possession team that eats up yardage on the ground. But Colorado State is a big play running team. They had some long runs in the WAC championship game. Washington had a 51-yarder. McDougal had 3 over 40 yards. 5 of 7 on third down. Blitz coming. The draw, Washington. And he got caught in it, lost the football. And Missouri's got it. Donnell Jones forced the fumble. And recovered it as well.
Well, it's not a takeaway inside the 30-yard line, but Mo Ankney will take it. It's a takeaway nevertheless, and it puts Missouri in position to get a quick score. Watch the end of the run. Washington trying to fight a little bit to pick up something extra, and he just loses the ball there. He loses the ball, and Donnell Jones makes the recovery, but it didn't look like Jones knocked it out. It looked like that ball either came out by itself or was knocked out by someone else. Yeah, that's right. It's Sterling, 48. Al Sterling got a helmet right on the ball, and Jones recovered it.
Turnovers, a buck apiece. Corby Jones is going to throw the football, or at least attempt to. Inside the 30, inside the 20. Corby Jones and the Tigers a first down inside the Colorado State 20-yard line.
And this is what is so maddening about Corby Jones. I mean, you play perfect defense, you take away the play he wants, and he still beats you for big yardage. I mean, look here. They're not going to bite on this thing at all. They're going to double cover the deep pass off the option. They're going to be all over this thing, Rich. Nobody is open. They know it. They have the play stopped. Right? Wrong. Corby Jones takes off and makes another play, a big play.
Clark Higgins chasing Jones on that play. Brock Olivo. It's the first time we've called his name inside the 15 down to the 12. He is a unique individual, Brock Olivo, the senior.
Has a reputation that is probably going to carry him down in history of Missouri. His number is going to be retired there for having won the National Special Teams Player of the Year award. So they'll retire his number.
The Mosi Tatupu award. Mo Ankney right now surrounded by the defense. You can see takeaways on that list. The enormous fullback to the 6-yard line. He's got a first down. It's first and goal for Missouri. A look at San Diego, the Holiday Bowl, the Plymouth Holiday Bowl Festival going on all week. The picture is brought to you by the Goodyear Blimp Eagle, based in Carson, California. Our pilot, Tom Mattis, who's out of Huntington Beach. This city, of course, bracing for the biggest one.
The Super Bowl.
That's right.
Late January, right here in this stadium.
About a month away. Olivo and James in the backfield. James straight ahead. This man is 6'3", 276 pounds, and he's a fullback. He's not a lineman or a tight end moved to fullback. He's a fullback.
Yeah, and that's right. 275. You weren't exaggerating. Big guy, and perhaps the best blocking fullback in the country. And earlier in the season, they were really trying to do a lot with him. He was slamming outside, blocking people, and they were running behind him, and they weren't getting exactly what they needed. They started working him inside more and letting Jones take over with the offense.
Second down and goal. James has not scored a touchdown on the ground this year. Had just 32 carries coming in. Corby Jones has scored a bunch of touchdowns. He's got another one. His 15th of the season. And the Tigers capitalize on a Colorado State turnover.
Well, Rich, the first question is really, did Corby Jones get into that end zone? It looked kind of strange from this angle.
Scott Nickman, the kick, and the Tigers take the lead for the first time in this football game. 10-7, Missouri on top of Colorado State. They're already talking Heisman Trophy in '98 for that man, Corby Jones.
Ultimate Automotive Service Team, led by 10 factory-trained master technicians, ready to serve you at Graham Auto Mall. From a 29-minute oil change to major service on whatever car, truck, or van you drive. Convenient hours, courtesy transportation, upfront competitive pricing. Graham Auto Mall. Import or domestic, when your vehicle is in need of service, the one place to come is Graham Auto Mall, the ultimate in expert automotive service. Graham Auto Mall, 1515 West 4th Street.
Now's the time to take advantage of the many opportunities awaiting you at North Central Technical College. We can help you get on the right track to a rewarding career. Plus, you have the opportunity to transfer to a 4-year college or university in pursuit of a bachelor's degree, cutting your college costs almost in half. Call 419-755-4888 for an appointment. There's more for you at NCTC.
Holiday Hoop Fest in Hawaii. The nation's hottest teams heat up the hardwood in semifinal action. The Rainbow Classic semifinals, tonight at 12:30, only on ESPN.
Well, the commercial should be in black and white for a real simple reason. The ice is white, the puck is black. It doesn't get much more basic than that. We had a pure game, and now it's gone and been ruined.
Well, I don't know what the fuss is all about. I think those maintenance men should stay out of the heat, spend a little more time on the ice.
Out of the Big 12, Missouri on top of the wax champion, Colorado State, 10-7. Corby Jones just getting in the end zone.
Yeah, now watch the end of this play, though. We thought from our angle that maybe he didn't get in, but watch the extra effort. He gets his shoulder over and the ball over, clearly a touchdown.
And somehow he kept his hand on the ball with all that humanity on top of him. Ball falls across the 25 to the 26.
Yeah, but Jones didn't do it by himself. Watch two things here, Rich. One, the block, and then second, you'll see Jones finish the run. You'll see a nice block by, right there, Ron James, 34, but then at the end, the extra effort by Corby Jones. Now, again, you'll see it from this angle, a great block by James, right there, 34, and then the extra effort at the end, 221-pound Corby Jones getting into the end zone, taking on Terry, number 2.
Myron Terry, 206. Not often that a quarterback can deliver a blow like that. Moses Moreno. First possession, Colorado State took it down the field, went 85 yards. Since then, Missouri has had the answer defensively. McDougal is loose. McDougal to midfield. He's to the 30, and he's out of bounds. He had an enormous game against New Mexico. touchdown runs of 66, 44, and 42. That a 52-yarder.
And once again, it's the inside blocking of Cesario right there, 72 and 71. This play we've seen all day long. They've run the counter tray. Once again, they get out in front, but it's the effort by McDougal that takes what should be about an 8-yard run into a huge run for him. He goes 52 yards. He now has 91 yards on 12 carries. Once again, Rich, this action, they've run this play all night long. Again, breaking tackles. That's the big play for Colorado State.
McDougal was a safety and a running back last year. He said playing safety helped him as a running back. He delivered a blow that time. Timeout, Missouri. Colorado State is on the move.
With Plymouth, this is what you pay for. And this is what you get. Take, for example, Plymouth Breeze. You get modified double wishbone suspension, air conditioning, a full folding rear seat back, plus lots more. And this is what you pay, including $1,000 cash back. One more time. This is what you pay for, and this is what you get. Now get $1,000 cash back on Plymouth Breeze, only at your Plymouth dealer.
Gentlemen, I'm going to read you your rights. You had the right to be strong, to be healthy, to shine. The right to make your own choices. And when it comes to your hair, you have the right to choose Pantene Pro V. The Pro Vitamin formula gets in there, penetrating root to tip, improving it all. It helps keep your hair healthy, shiny, strong. Pantene Pro V, for hair so healthy, it shines. It's the right stuff.
Tonight's topic, Free Friday. Yeah. Sir, you played a critical role in the creation of the new Burger King fries that are being given away this Friday?
That's right, Bill. Free Friday.
Amazing. Now this.
The crispy new Burger King fries beat McDonald's fries in a nationwide taste test. Stop in Friday, January 2nd for a free small order.
Welcome back. Why give them away?
It's giving something back. I started from the ground up.
Literally.
Bowl week continuing with Colorado State and Missouri. The Plymouth Holiday Bowl. Colorado State on the move. At the Missouri 22. After the 52-yard run by McDougal. Moreno to put it up for the end zone. McCoy is there. He's got it. Touchdown. Corey McCoy from Moses Moreno. Colorado State back on top.
Who said Moreno was hurt? Moreno was not hurt at all. He comes up big here, man-to-man coverage. When you're locked in man coverage, you can't get beat. This time Moreno beats the man for the touchdown. McCoy wide open against the man-to-man coverage for the easy touchdown, beating Easter.
The kick is good by Derek Franz. It's one of the toughest things about playing Colorado State. They are a running team that can throw the football. Coming up at halftime, we're headed to Pasadena. Let's go there right now with Chris Fowler.
Well, Rich, thank you. Yeah, if you take the I-5 north a couple hours, then turn off on the 110. We're at dead ends right here at the Rose Bowl. We'll have our halftime report. Lee Corso and Kirk Herbstreit will join me. We'll have a report on the Rose Bowl, focusing on the Wazoo running back, Michael Black. From Miami, an Orange Bowl breakdown, Tom Osborne's farewell game, and courtesy of ESPN News, we have bowl game highlights from this afternoon. All that coming up at halftime from Pasadena. Back down to San Diego.
Thanks, Chris. You know, there's a Washington State connection to Colorado State in a roundabout way. Sonny Lubick is a guy that really paid his dues as a coach. And we've seen this a couple times, Rod Gilmore, where we've traveled the country and talked to coaches this year. Sonny Lubick played his high school football for a coach named Jim Sweeney. Some people have heard of him, some people haven't. In Butte, Montana, that's where he started. Sweeney, of course, coached at Washington State, coached Fresno State, at Montana State as well. Out to the 25-yard line. Mike Price, the head coach at Washington State, just wanted the Jim Sweeney disciples in coaching today. Let's go down to the sidelines. Chris Marlowe.
All right, you're looking at the brand new Plymouth Prowler, a beautiful car. And with me now, Nick Verna, the zone manager for Chrysler Corporation in Southern California. Nick, your thoughts on the first half so far?
Chris, this is a great football game. We got two great schools, and it's just turning out to be a game we really expected to be.
Now, Chrysler, not only the title sponsor of this event, but involved in painting the stadium. Tell us about that.
Yeah, last month the stadium needed a little paint job, and we got some city volunteers, and I want to thank all the people in San Diego that volunteered to come out. We're really great to be associated with the Plymouth Holiday Bowl.
The Prowler right behind me. How important a car is this for Plymouth and Chrysler?
It's very important. This is our image car. This is our statement that we're making to the public. We all have a great line of Plymouth products, including the van behind us, the Breeze, the Neon. We got a great lineup for '98.
All right, Nick, congratulations on a new line of cars. How about one of these things for Marlowe? The Prowler for Marlowe. That would be a beauty.
Yeah, let's do it. We'll take care of it after the game.
All right, give me the keys.
All right.
Back to you guys.
I'm going with Chris.
I think he'll be getting the Hot Wheels version of it. There's a look at Sonny Lubick. Lubick, of course, and Dennis Erickson was another guy that was influenced by Jim Sweeney.
And he worked with Jack Elway. Sonny Lubick did as well.
Now Missouri, Corby Jones, the pitch, Devin West, across the 30, across the 35, and Missouri has a first down. Rick Kroll made the stop.
Well, Colorado State really hasn't stopped Corby Jones yet tonight, and he's picked up 77 yards on 7 carries. But Devin West is also picking it up when Corby Jones doesn't have the ball. He's making some plays. He's getting good blocking out there on the edge. Blackwell does a nice job, but these guys just haven't had the ball a lot. The more they get the ball, the more they'll do. Devin West, 33 yards on 4 carries, 15 on that last one.
Approaching 3.5 minutes left. Second quarter. Blackwell, the fullback, not the critic, straight ahead. He's out to the 44-yard line.
Well, you can't be very critical of Blackwell. This is a guy who has real NFL potential. I mean, he's 235 pounds, and he is the fastest man on that team. Scouts love him, and actually, Smith would love to give the ball to him a lot more, but he's got so many backs, he can't do it.
Yeah, I mean, Larry Smith told us he's one of those guys that's faster when he's chased. And at 235, a guy that quick has a future on Sundays. Down to the sidelines, Chris Marlowe. Chris?
All right, just minutes ago, I overheard Sonny Lubick telling his defense to watch the Tiger offensive line. He said, watch the splits. That will give away where Missouri is going. Tight line splits, Missouri will have a tendency to run outside. Wide splits, the Tigers will go up the middle. Back to you guys.
Well, that's good stuff down there, Chris. What he's talking about is the space between one lineman and the next lineman. When they're closer together, see, you see all that room right there? That means that they're going to go outside, according to Sonny Lubick. Let's see if it happens. Those are pretty wide splits.
They do go outside with Jones on the pitch. West, and he's got the first down to the 42-yard line.
It's one thing to know what they're going to do. It's another thing to stop it. I mean, the wide splits gives them the key that they know they're going outside. But look what they have coming outside. You've got a 215-pound back with a lead back of about 235 pounds. That's tough stuff. But that man right now is picking up all the clues on Missouri.
You know, he was Dennis Erickson's defensive coordinator at Miami, and he probably could have had that job had he wanted it when Erickson left to go to the Seattle Seahawks. He elected to stay in Fort Collins, though, and they're glad he did. Corby Jones with a rifle shot that's dropped in the end zone by Dennis Randall, who had an easy interception had he held it.
Dennis Randall did a great job. He didn't bite on the play action fake there. He was not thinking about it. But you know, there's a reason that guys like Randall and myself and others played in the secondary, because we couldn't catch. If you can catch, they turn you into a wide receiver. You can't catch, you're a defensive back. A great coverage by Randall, though.
2nd and 10. Corby Jones had 12 touchdown passes this year. But right now, Missouri not moving it through the air. Almost solely on the ground. West has a big hole, and he's outside. Devin West, he's 20. He's 10, and he's out of bounds at the 7. Eric Olson chased him out. And Missouri is in business as we come to the final moments of this first half.
Oh, we talked about great blocking. This man right here, Blackwell, is going to do a great job. He knocks off the linebacker and opens up the inside for Devin West, once again allowing him to get into the secondary. A 35-yard run, 6 carries now, 78 yards for Devin West, picking up the slack for Missouri.
On 1st and goal. It's Blackwell. He's in. And Missouri answers. Clues or no clues, Missouri ran right over Colorado State on that drive.
That they did, and 62 Morris does a nice job blocking inside. Why not let the man who delivered the great block on the last play get the touchdown here? But what a nice job by Morris, the guard, number 62.
And the kick is good. The Holiday Bowl has been long known for its shootouts and its wild endings. A high-scoring affair right now, but not in the Holiday Bowl fashion. It's on the ground, and it's a lot of fun to watch. Missouri a 17-14 lead. Hey, the Rose Bowl just up by 5, as Chris Fowler pointed out. It's 4:30 on ABC. Michigan and Washington State for a national championship. Qualcomm Stadium, site of the Super Bowl this year, and home to the Plymouth Holiday Bowl.
Oh, Rich, on that touchdown, we told you about the block of the tackle. Watch the block here of the center, Reedy. And Rob Reedy's going to do a nice job of really knocking the tackle out of the way, creating a crease, and that is a great job. When your center can do a job like that and get a little help from the guard Morris, it makes a huge, huge opening. Morris, 62, gets a nice block to the right of the screen, and then it's Reedy inside who just clears out the way.
It's a very talented offensive line for Missouri. Reedy surrounded by Mike Morris and Chris Heimberger, Todd Niemeyer, Travis Biebel. McDougal scoops it up and breaks a few tackles out to the 24-yard line, and McDougal may be hurt. And that obviously is not good news for Colorado State.
It looks like it's the lower part of his leg, ankle or knee. But he was struggling to make sure he picked up this ball as it was loose. And maybe at the end we can see what happens. And it's hard to tell from that angle, but it looked like somebody rolled on him a little bit.
Yeah,
left ankle.
Moreno back to the air. A tumbling catch by Dallas Davis, and he made it. An 11-yard pickup. Colorado State with a first down, and Rod will get a chance to see now Moses Moreno in the 2-minute drill.
That's exactly right. He's going to have to make sure that he does it wisely. You don't want to turn the ball over here when you've got a chance to get something going. If you move it out into the area where you can get a field goal or 7 points.
Inside toss, Darren Hall. And he's close to the first down. Shag Chris made the stop. Colorado State has all 3 timeouts left. And they are looking at the left ankle of Kevin McDougal. 2nd and short. Moreno's throw is right on the money. And it's Dallas Davis. And I'll tell you what, Moses Moreno was not advertised as having a strong arm, but he throws that out very accurately.
Yeah, but watch how much room that the defensive backs are giving the receivers. See all the room there, still backpedaling when the receiver is making his move to the outside. They're guarding against the deep ball. They're giving up the shorter routes, and Colorado State's eating it up.
1st and 10, Rams on the move. Moreno will take the sack and probably burn a timeout here. They will, with 42 seconds left in the first half. Justin Wyatt made the sack.
Rich, we were just talking about the corners playing soft. Well, on that play, they came up a lot closer and took away the short routes.
Missouri is on top. Don't go anywhere. Colorado State trying to stick it in when we're back.
From the majestic elms of the Colorado State University campus, today's starting lineup. A player to keep an eye on is Ann Gill, an inspirational leader who is central to CSU's academic strategy. Colorado State's winning formula also revolves around researchers like Doug Ishii, a tireless team player solving medical mysteries. This balance gives Colorado State a total game plan that will go all the way.
You never really leave this place. You just go home for a while. FLA, USA.
Orlando. Every time you visit, everywhere you go, Orlando, something else. Come and say hello. Always something different. Always something fun. The smile's gonna show it. You never outgrow it. Orlando.
17-14, Missouri on top of Colorado State. 42 seconds left. As the Rams face 2nd down and 13. 2 timeouts left for Colorado State. Moses Moreno has completed 6 straight. Flushed out. He's caught. Al Sterling.
And Rich, I don't know why you call the timeout here now. I mean, you've just been sacked by Sterling, and you're way out of here now. 36 seconds, and you burn a timeout. You might wind up giving Missouri a chance. And watch, Sterling is going to get in here from the backside. Moreno cannot get away from him. And now, immediately, his reaction is to call a timeout. Well, now you have a 3rd and forever, and you might give Missouri a chance to get the ball back.
3rd down and 26. Let's head to the sidelines. Kevin McDougal turned that ankle. Update, Chris Marlowe.
Yeah, he did turn the ankle. He's trying to walk it off. I know it's not very professional, but just a moment ago I shouted to him, "How you doing?" And he said, "I'm fine. I'm fine." I think he'll be back in. He's tough.
Yes, he is. No question about that. In the Colorado State booth, Steve Fairchild, the offensive coordinator.
Yep, he's right there on the right.
And Larry Kerr, the defensive coordinator.
He's right there on the left. Right now, Steve Fairchild is the one who is on the spot trying to make sure they get something done. Yeah, first 3 plays of this drive, 33 yards. The last 2, -16.
Yeah, he's leafing through the playbook right now going, okay, let's see. 3rd down, 26. 3rd down, 26. What do we got? 3rd down, 26.
He's got a script for that.
Missouri, who had just 17 sacks all year, has been there 4 times tonight. It's Washington. And he's across midfield. And let's see if Missouri burns a timeout. Probably not, because Colorado State with a punt can stick it inside the 10. Fairchild on the right, Kerr on the left, Sonny Lubick, the guy who's one of the first things he did when he became a head coach, Rod Gilmore, was promise himself he will let his assistant coaches coach.
That's a hard thing for him to do. We're talking about a guy who won 4 national titles at Miami, was a defensive specialist, and now he's got Larry Kerr doing the job here, and he winds up peeking in on meetings a lot.
Larry Smith and Sonny Lubick will head to the locker rooms. And in the 20th annual Plymouth Holiday Bowl, the Missouri Tigers at 20th in the nation with a 17-14 lead. And Missouri has actually called the timeout, but there is no time left on the clock.
Well, you know, you mentioned that they wouldn't want to have the punt go back into their own territory, but I was thinking here, now wait a minute, why not force them to at least make the kick? You might get something out of that. They might block it. They might have a bad snap. Actually, Colorado State put themselves in this position by calling a timeout when they had the sack, when they should have let the clock run. So I don't know why Missouri would not take the shot here and try and at least get something for nothing.
If you're Colorado State, why even punt the ball with 2 seconds?
You don't. You kneel. And that's why they should have called the timeout a long time ago instead of letting the clock run down to 2 seconds. They have 1 timeout to burn, Missouri does, and they're going to take it to the locker room with them.
Moreno will probably kneel, but he might want to pause a second just to make sure that the clock does expire. Washington will take it. And Washington is inside the 35, and he's out of bounds at the 27-yard line. Sonny Lubbock looking for his first bowl win. He'll head to the locker room. Down 17-14. Missouri on top. Let's head up the road to Pasadena and Chris Fowler.
Well, guys, thank you. After a slow start there, we've now got the points we practically promised you in the Plymouth Holiday Bowl. Coming up at halftime, Lee Corso and Kirk Herbstreit will join me. We'll also have a report from the Orange Bowl in Miami, where Tom Osborne saying goodbye after an incredible quarter century as Nebraska's head coach. In the Rose Bowl, we'll focus on the sometimes forgotten man for the Cougars, Michael Black, the tailback. When we come back to Pasadena.
How do you keep the world's leading companies 100% satisfied? Just make them 100% successful. That's how Siebel has become the global leader in information systems for world-class sales, marketing, and customer service organizations. We do whatever it takes to make sure our customers are 100% satisfied, 100% successful.
Siebel, the global leader in sales, marketing, and customer service systems.
In a recent college draft, Horatio Porter, Texas Christian track star, went to an Air Express company. Georgia Tech basketball star Angie O'Farrell signed as an electronics analyst. Charlie Lockwood, lacrosse All-America at Syracuse, joined an investment firm. For most student athletes, going pro means the real world, and that's where Champs Life Skills comes in, helping athletes build personal skills and a commitment to service, and achieve academic and athletic excellence. Champs Life Skills, helping prepare student athletes for life.
Tune into the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl on ESPN.
Halftime of the Plymouth Holiday Bowl. Welcome back to Pasadena. That is Old Town along Colorado Boulevard. Parade route on New Year's morning before the Wolverines and the Cougars get it on just behind us here at the Rose Bowl. Chris Fowler, Lee Corso, and Kirk Herbstreit will join me in just a second. Well, he doesn't really fit into Washington State's Fab Five receivers or Fat Five, and of course he's not quarterback Ryan Leaf. But tailback Michael Black, an important part of the offense. When they beat Washington to clinch the Rose Bowl here, 170 yards on 37 carries. A perfect fit for this offense, and a guy who has caught the eye of the Wolverines watching film.
On film, we've seen him break 60, 70-yard runs, and he looks just as fast as anybody we've played in the Big Ten. And Leaf kept saying how Black was the most underrated running back in the country. And the more film I watch, the more I believe that, because he's definitely a tremendous threat, not only running the ball, but after he catches the ball as well. We're going to have our hands full. There's no doubt about that.
Black, one of 47 players in the Cougars roster to come from Southern California. In fact, he comes from the L.A. area, Dorsey High School, kind of neighborhood you grew up in, Lee. But he is a tough guy.
You know, Washington State's offense averaged over 42 points a game this year, number 2 in the nation. And one of the reasons they take those Fab Five, spread them out all over the field. The defense spreads out all the field. Ryan Leaf gets the ball, hands the ball to Michael Black with only 6 in the box. The reason he does that is because when you double cover only those people, there's not enough people to stop Michael Black. I think he is the key to Washington State keeping that pass rush down from Michigan.
Yeah, it does work out if you think about it on paper. Washington State is going to spread it out. They're going to try to run Michael Black, but the big thing that Michael Black has done is he's made it very clear, very loud and clear in the paper that he could be the difference in his football game. I've talked to some Michigan football players earlier this afternoon. They're very, let me just put it, very excited for an opportunity to go up against Mr. Black.
What's great about this kind of a game is you have a supremely confident offense against a supremely confident defense.
I think we may set a world record in this.
That have never met each other, but it's been kind of a private, quiet trash talking until they hit the field.
There, yeah.
For Mike Price, this is his first 10-win season, his second 9-win season. Meanwhile, for Tom Osborne, he has had 15 10-win seasons. All of his 25 seasons at Nebraska have produced at least 9 wins. With a focus on Coach Osborne, we send it down to Miami, and Mike Adamle with a look at the Orange Bowl matchup with Tennessee. Mike?
And Chris, surprisingly, that is one story we haven't heard all that much about, this being Tom Osborne's last game, and actually that's all by design. Coach Osborne has always made sure that his prodigious coaching talent has never overshadowed the game that he loves so dearly. But for the players involved in the 1998 Orange Bowl, well, they realize that they're going to be part of something very special.
We're excited about being in the Orange Bowl, but just to say you played in Tom Osborne, a true coaching legend's last game, it's an honor.
That makes me feel great to know that we will be the last senior class ever to play under Coach Tom Osborne. If you're a Nebraska fan, you know, it's going to be a sad day, but he's done so much. You know, what else does he have left to do? I mean, he's won national titles. He's, you know, produced All-Americans. He's done everything you could imagine. You know, it's time for him to relax.
If we go out and we play great, and for some reason we lose, I mean, we can live with that. He can live with that. If we go out and we play bad, I mean, that's something I'll never be able to live with, knowing that, you know, he's put his heart and soul into this for 25 years, and the last thing he's going to remember is, you know, is us playing a bad football game, and that's something nobody wants to let happen.
We just want to go out there and play the perfect game.
And like fine wine, Tom Osborne's winning percentage keeps getting better with age. He tops the list among active Division I-8 coaches in the 1990s. His adversary come Friday night, Tennessee's Phil Fulmer, a surprising third perhaps to some, ahead of such luminaries like Steve Spurrier and Penn State's Joe Paterno. Joined now by ESPN college football analyst Sean Salisbury. And Sean, why has Tom Osborne been so good for so long?
Mike, it's his willingness to adapt that separates him from others. Many coaches are creatures of habit and won't change. Tom Osborne has. You remember in the 70s, in the midst of a 6-game losing streak to the Oklahoma Sooners and those great option quarterbacks, he decided then he was going to recruit better athletes at the quarterback position. Then in the 80s, in Miami Hurricanes and all that great team speed, he started to recruit more team speed. And Mike, here we are again in the 90s, and come Friday night, Tom Osborne's still adapting, and he might have his team in position to be playing in their 4th national title game.
And when his Cornhuskers hit the field at Pro Player Stadium in Miami, it'll be the 25th consecutive time they've done so in a postseason affair under Coach Osborne, and that is an NCAA record. Well, that's it from the shores of the Atlantic Ocean here in Miami Beach. Chris, back to you in the San Gabriel Mountains of Pasadena.
Mike, thank you. Some more numbers to illustrate Osborne's excellent legacy. It took him 302 games to reach 250 wins. That is the fastest of anybody. It took Coach Bryant until his 31st season. Bobby Bowden, 30 seasons to reach 250 wins. And those guys have done great jobs, obviously. When some of the Tennessee contingent heard that Osborne was retiring, this would be his last game, the reaction was, oh no. And you saw the reaction of those Nebraska defensive players not wanting to spoil his legacy by losing the final. They'll be emotional.
Yeah, they will be. And let me tell you a little bit about Nebraska's defensive plan against Peyton Manning. They're going to send from the outside that Grant Wistrom. You saw that mean-looking guy? And then when Peyton Manning steps up, that other mean guy with the Washington hat, Jason Peter, is going to be waiting for him. Nebraska is going to be all over Peyton Manning with that knee. They've had 44 sacks. I don't think Manning can handle lasting the whole game against those guys. They're mean.
Well, I think the players, his teammates, Manning's teammates, better be fired up. I think they're going to try to slow down that great pass rush in Nebraska with play calling and the offensive line. Tennessee's offensive line did a pretty good job this year protecting Peyton Manning. Only 12 sacks on the year. That's about 1 a game. And they also allowed Jamal Lewis to have the second most rushing yards as an individual in school history. So play calling and that offensive line have to step up big time.
And I think for Nebraska as well, you have to give credit to Charlie McBride, the defensive coordinator. I know a guy you respect, Lee, but you look in recent years, bowl game preparation, Nebraska's defense has done a great job against some high-powered offenses going back to Miami and Florida State and Florida, and now a new challenge in Peyton Manning and Tennessee. When we come back at halftime, we'll kick it to the ESPN News studio. They'll have scores, highlights, and update from the world of sports. At halftime of the Plymouth Holiday Bowl, Colorado State is scored on this reverse by Darren Hall, but it's Mizzou with the lead by a field goal.
So Nicoderm CQ is working for you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing just fine cold turkey.
Oh, well, that's great.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Jack.
Yeah.
Take a break?
Oh, nice one. Come on, you know we quit for New Year's. Oh, wait, I'm coming.
Jack, no.
Just one cigarette.
No.
Why are you so calm?
Because I got help. CQ, a 24-hour stream of medicine that's always with you, even when you first wake up. Helps calm the cravings, my friend.
All right.
Nicoderm CQ, the power to calm, the power to comfort, the power to help you quit.
Let's go!
As a business traveler, you can choose from thousands of places to stay. But when it comes to renting a car, there's really only one place to go. National Car Rental. Because when you join National's Emerald Club, you can bypass the counter, choose your own car, and get on the road fast. So what are you waiting for? Let's go. National Car Rental.
I have a lot of fun playing characters that are impulsive and dramatic, because the real me is pretty basic. I'm even a little practical. Like a while back, I noticed I had some flakes. So naturally, I started using Head & Shoulders. Of course, it helps keep the flakes away. And if it leaves my hair looking like this, why am I...
Returning from halftime of the Plymouth Holiday Bowl. The Tigers on top right now over Colorado State. A 17-14 football game for the number 20 Tigers. Rich Waltz along with Rod Gilmore. Holiday Bowls are supposed to be like this. One team gets the lead, another team comes back. I guess the twist here tonight, Rod, is that both teams are doing it on the ground.
Yeah, I think that's right, but no surprise. It's been as good as advertised. A lot of offensive explosion in the first half and a very physical football game.
All right, let's talk numbers and let's talk highlights for Colorado State. For the Rams, they've been doing it on the ground all year. They got off to a great start, a tremendous drive, 85 yards, 13 plays, capped by this.
Well, they ran the counterplay, and come back with the reverse off the counter. Darren Hall getting the touchdown from about 14 yards out. Then after that,
Moses Moreno showing that that right arm is okay. Corey McCoy with that catch. And that for Colorado State, their 2 touchdowns. I was impressed with Missouri. Corby Jones has been doing it all year long. He's the guy that really led them back in this one.
Yeah, he did, you know, but they only had 27 offensive plays in the first half. And so pretty good job by Colorado State to keep him off the field. But they're ahead in the ball game. And they had the ball game because Corby Jones got into the end zone first to get things going for Missouri, a 4-yard touchdown run. And then they come back after a big run with Blackwell finishing it off to get in the end zone. And that put Colorado State behind Missouri now. It's 17-14 Missouri's favor.
Numbers from the first half. Total yardage, pretty impressive for both sides. Look at the passing yards, though, for Missouri.
Yeah, Corby Jones hasn't been able to really get much going through the air, but then he hasn't had to. But sooner or later, he's going to have to complete a couple of passes downfield. They've tried on the option pass play, but they have not fooled Colorado State.
1 turnover apiece. You might think that's low. For these 2 teams, that's high. These 2 teams, 2 of the best in the country at not turning it over.
The thing I'm most impressed with is Colorado State, 41 plays, only 27 for Missouri.
Missouri will get the football, or at least they'll try to. Ricky Ross fumbled it, and he pays it. Pays the price back at the 7. Good special teams work. Sonny Lubick said before the football game, our special teams can win this game. And right now, the special teams have put Missouri in a hole to start things here in the second half.
but you don't want to start this way in the second half. And Ross just takes his eyes off the ball, hits him right in the shoulder pads, and then he has to scramble just to get back on the ball. But he did a nice job of keeping his composure and not panicking.
Tigers with awful field position now inside their 10. Brock Olivo, who did not touch the football much in the first half, gains about 2 yards. Down to the sidelines, Chris Marlowe. Chris?
All right, guys, I talked to Larry Smith at the half. He thought his team was rusty. Showed good poise. One adjustment he's going to make is to run inside more against the spread out Colorado State defense. Back to you.
Chris apparently swept up in that halftime extravaganza.
We lost him.
We did. I think the X-Game Bikers have got him. He took the car, he did. Out to the 14-yard line. Third down now.
Very important for Missouri to come out and establish some sort of tempo. They've had some big plays in the first half, but they really haven't established drives. They need that man, Corby Jones, to convert something on third down. They haven't been real good about that yet in this ball game, and now is the time for Corby Jones to come out in the second half and prove he can make plays happen on third down.
Well, as Chris pointed out, the rush that Missouri may have had after playing their last football game on the 15th of November, melting away a bit. Jones on the move. Got his man. And it's a first down. Kent Lehman, the sophomore, with a catch. 22-yard pickup.
Well, we talked about Corby Jones making a play on third down. He did it that time. Most of the time, you think about Corby Jones looking to run. Not on this pass play. He finds Lehman in between the zone, behind the corner and in front of the safety. And Lehman just waits out there, trusting Jones to find him. And Jones does a nice job of not tucking the ball down and running. Instead, he finds his receiver for the first down.
17.
Lehman, a big play guy, averaged over 25 yards a catch. Best in the Big 12. Jones again to the air. Across the 40. It's a gain of about 4. Well, we saw Moses Moreno take some hits in that first half, and look who's warming up. Ryan Esslinger, the junior. Moreno had the sore right elbow and a sore everything else when Marquise Gibson planted him in the turf here at Qualcomm Stadium.
Well, remember that he was also bleeding from his hand because he had his hand up around the shoulder pads when Gibson hit him, and his helmet cut open his hand as well. So Moreno's a little bit banged up.
Missouri has dug themselves out of bad field position. They started this drive inside their 10. Jones trying to string it out. And Colorado State with a nice stop. Let's go down to the sidelines. A Moreno update. Chris Marlowe.
All right, Moses Moreno, badly sprained right foot. Not sure if he's going to start this series. Obviously, Esslinger is warming up. A couple of other notes. Jeff Turner has aggravated his knee. He's out for the game. And Kevin McDougal has a severely sprained left ankle. He's sitting right in front of me. He hopes to get back in. Back to you guys.
So, Rich, the problem with sprained ankles is that the more time you're off of them, the more they stiffen up and the harder it is to get back and play. So the worst thing for Turner with his knee also was to be out after that. And with McDougal, his sprained ankle certainly only got worse during halftime.
And another Colorado State Ram is down right now. Sonny Lubick has seen his team lose some players near the end of the season. We just talked about a couple of them. Rick Kroll, the sophomore, the linebacker, is the player down. We'll check in with him when we get back to the Plymouth Holiday Bowl.
We thought about shaving so you could think about something else. Braun, smart thinking.
Why the long face, chum?
It's my car.
Let me show you how things could have been.
Chrysler and Plymouth presents It's a Wonderful Event. Now get $1,500 cash back on Plymouth Neon. Get Chrysler Cirrus LXI at $18,995. Or get up to $1,000 cash back on Plymouth minivans.
Say, are you an angel? You watch too many movies, friend.
Gentlemen, I'm going to read you your rights. You had the right to be strong, to be healthy, to shine. The right to make your own choices. And when it comes to your hair, you have the right to choose Pantene Pro-V. The Pro Vitamin formula gets in there, penetrating root to tip, improving it all. It helps keep your hair healthy, shiny, strong. Pantene Pro-V, for hair so healthy, it shines. It's the right stuff.
We thought about shaving so you could think about something else. Braun, smart thinking.
The Plymouth Holiday Bowl is presented by Plymouth. More fun, more car. That's Plymouth. And in part by San Diego. Call 1-800-701-WAVE for a free visitor's planning guide.
Rich Waltz, Rod Gilmore, along with Chris Marlowe, back in San Diego. Rick Kroll, the sophomore linebacker for Colorado State, on the sidelines. They've already had Moses Moreno, Kevin McDougal, and Jeff Turner banged up on their offensive side of the ball. Corby Jones swings it out. It's Brock Olivo. And he's out to the 44-yard line. He'll be short of the first down.
You know, Rich, and Nate Kwame is in the game for Colorado State at linebacker, one of their top players, and he made that tackle, finished it off over there, and it's good to see him in the ball game because he's been banged up.
Yeah, he had a sprained foot coming into this football game, Rod. That Colorado State, the good news is they played 2 games after Missouri ended their season. The bad news is they had some guys nicked up in those games. Vince Sebo rooted 162 yards his last time out. Darren Hall, and Hall's got some room and some speed. He could go. He will. Goodbye, Darren Hall. Touchdown, Colorado State. His second score of the ball game.
And what did Sonny Lubick say at the top of the show? Special teams, and talking to his team, you guys can make the difference. What a great block to get it going, and it's spread out wide open for Hall. And now watch the Jets. There are 3 guys who have the angle, but he has so much speed, there is no way that anybody can get him. He outruns the angle each and every time. That's his second touchdown of the night.
Colorado State on top. On the longest punt return for a touchdown in Holiday Bowl history. And Colorado State leads 20-17. ESPN continues its bowl week coverage. Wednesday, 3:30, number 22 Southern Miss against the Pitt Panthers in the Liberty Bowl. Wednesday at 3:30. Bowl week continues right here on ESPN. All 3 of us will be there for that one. Southern Miss and Pitt. 85-yard punt return. It's a record.
Colorado State does a nice job up here of holding up the Missouri guys going down on the tackles. They aren't able to get down there because they hold them up. That creates spacing, and that's all the room that Hall needs to show you his Jets. He's got a lot of get up and go, and nobody could get there to him.
2 yards better than the former record. Vi Sikahema of BYU, a great special teamer.
Yeah, and a great boxer in the end zone. A little dance at the end. Not a bad dance there from Aaron Hall. He's learning to get pretty good at it for his second touchdown of the night.
And so Colorado State has the lead, 21-17.
When have you ever seen a Holiday Bowl game when it wasn't back and forth, the lead changing hands all the time?
And now Missouri will get it again. Devin West. Out to the 33-yard line. Eric Olson made the stop. Now if you're Missouri, you've seen this momentum shift a couple times in this football game. You know, they're no strangers to close games, Rod. They had a bunch of them at the end of the season. The 2 overtime win at Oklahoma State, 51-50. They won on the road at Colorado. Everyone thinks about that Nebraska game and the seesaw game as well. But those 2 wins at Colorado and at Oklahoma State, I think really showed that Missouri has arrived, and Devin West arrives at the 44-yard line with a gain of about 11. Dennis Randall made the stop.
Rich, remember Sonny Lubick said that when he sees the wide splits of the linemen, that means that they're going to run outside. When they're in tight, they're going to run inside. Well, they ran inside that time. You believe that the splits had to be tighter.
And as Larry Smith told Chris Marlowe coming out of the locker room, Missouri would like to exploit up the middle.
And see these splits, that's not as wide as we've seen before. That's a lot tighter. That means they're running inside.
Option, West. A nice move to get outside and into Colorado State territory. Multiple flags are down.
And deservedly so. And that was a very late hit. And Rich, we talked about the splits before the play. And it looks like Missouri has caught on to the fact that Colorado State is on to that. So they didn't have the big splits, and they ran the option outside, trying to cross up Colorado State a little bit. And then the personal foul at the end, that was a blatantly late hit.
Dead ball, personal foul on the defense, 15 yards, first down.
Another look.
Well, Devin West has been making plays. Watch the end. Ramson makes the tackle here. Now watch, someone comes flying in at the very last minute, and that's Taylor. That looks like Taylor who came in. No, it's actually Ross, 44, not 45 Taylor.
Arian Ross. Jones overthrew his man, Jay Murchison, who was open.
He had him. He had him open inside, but he got the ball up too high. He was afraid of throwing it lower because there was a defensive player in front. So he wanted to get it over the head. You see this man right here, he wants to get it over his head, and he wants to drop it in there. But he gets it up too high, and Murchison can't make the play.
In the box, the man in the middle with the silver hair, Jerry Burnt.
Right there. There he is.
On 2nd and 10, West inside the 30, a gain of about 4. Rick Kroll, who is back in the football game, made the stop.
Number 6, Rick Kroll. Also plays on the tackle, number 2, Mohamed Terry.
Now, Rich, I think that Missouri is in the area where it's 2-down territory. And because Jones hasn't been throwing the ball very well, I don't think they're going to put it up here. I think they're thinking about running it twice if they needed to pick up the first down and to go ahead and run the option probably with Jones.
Ernest Blackwell in the game. He's in front of Devin West. Lehman in motion. It's West, and he's short of the first down by a bunch. Good play by Colorado State. To the sidelines, Chris Marlowe.
You're looking at Beth Kroll, the very relieved mother of Rick Kroll. She was so concerned about the injury, the way it looked. She came running down out of the stands, found her boy on the sideline and said, "Are you okay?" And he reassured her that he was indeed okay. Happy to report that Rick Kroll just got his bell rung, got hit in the head, a little groggy, but as you reported, back in. Touching little episode. Back to you.
Rick apparently giving his mom permission to stay on the bench. Nickman's long this year is 47 yards. This one not going to get there. Maybe it should have been 4-down territory, Rod Gilmore.
I think so. They've had trouble in the kicking game all season long. Bites them again.
21-17, Colorado State.
Look, can't you be more efficient? Just keep it simple, okay?
Relax, pal. You're making me nervous. You need Office Max, the office product superstore with guaranteed low prices on over 7,000 office products.
Folks, we'll be delayed till the storm's in the Chicago.
Don't sweat it, pal. You can save time and money at Office Max. Hey, are you gonna eat those? And don't forget about Copy Max. It's another way to save time and money for all your digital printing and copying needs. Office Max. We go to the max for you.
Pizza? Hey, who delivered? Actually, it's not delivery, it's DiGiorno. Oh! Where's it from? I believe I said it's not delivery, it's DiGiorno. Who'd you say delivered? It's not delivery. Oh! It's DiGiorno. Oh.
DiGiorno Rising Crust Pizza is the frozen pizza with a crust that bakes up fresh like pizzeria pizza.
Bite you for it. Don't make me hurt you.
For fresh baked pizza at home, it's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
Do I hear 2,000 for a date with supermodel Jennifer? 2,000.
Is your dandruff sending the wrong signals?
Sold to number 10 for $2,000.
Get Selsun Power. Doctors recommend Selsun Blue #1. So don't send the wrong signals. Get Selsun Power.
Mother Nature gave us instincts to protect our children. Trust them. Talk to your children about the danger of marijuana. It's perfectly natural.
National Car Rental Bowl Week continues as Wisconsin takes on Georgia in the Outback Bowl. Wisconsin, Georgia, Thursday at 11 on ESPN.
High above San Diego, Colorado State 21, Missouri 17. The Goodyear Blimp Eagle with these aerial pictures. They'll be transporting Rod Gilmore, myself, and Chris Marlowe to Memphis. We're Liberty Bowl bound after this one.
Yeah, we can get there.
And about 12 of the crew going with us. Hopefully they can get that blimp going fast. The game's in a day and a half. Moses Moreno in the football game, although a little bit wounded. And Damon Washington with the carry. Rod Gilmore, Colorado State, a high-scoring team, but not in the old WAC fashion. They do it in a lot of different ways.
Oh, why throw it when you don't have to, and why do anything when you have key plays with a key player? I mean, this half, it has been the Darren Hall show. First half touchdown, 14-yard reverse. That gave Colorado State the lead. What's he do in the third quarter to get it going? How about taking a punt back all the way for a touchdown where he just smokes everybody on the field? 85 yards to put Colorado State back ahead in this ball game.
Moreno on 2nd down and 8. Missouri shows blitz. Moreno not moving real well, and he throws a low and outside fastball. Ball 2.
He's actually limping out there.
3rd down. What's not hurting on Moreno right now? We talked about his elbow. We talked about his hand. He's got the bad ankle going right now as well.
He might have a toothache we don't know about. Right now, everything is going on with him. You see him, he looks like he's having a very tough time, and when you're hurting like that, it affects your concentration.
Against New Mexico, remember, he was unable to throw the football. Sonny Lubick chose to keep him in the game and keep it on the ground. And they won the football game handily. I don't think they can do that against Missouri. They need him to throw the football successfully. And he does right near the first down. Corey McCoy the catch. Flag is down.
They're looking down there like it's going to be pass interference. I don't know if that's on Missouri or on Colorado State, but it looks like Missouri is going to get flagged for the pass interference or holding call.
The initial signal is just that, holding against the Tigers. The catch appeared to be right on the sticks. Harold Pearsley was on the coverage.
Yeah, Rich, the problem for Moreno.
Holding on the defense on a pass across the line of scrimmage. 10 yards from the previous spot.
Watch right there. Chad Chris is number 5, and he's just going to mug his man right now. He is all over Turner. He's grabbing him and holding on to him, and that's the holding call that they flag him with out there. Back to the point about Moreno, as he is hurt, he's going to have trouble really stepping into his throws and stepping off that sprained foot.
Both teams very disciplined this year, and they've shown it here tonight. A few turnovers, a few penalties throughout the season. Well, let's see how fast he is now. Moreno trying to get it going. The hook slide. And he's inside Missouri territory. He's got a first down.
Well, he got the adrenaline going, and then he got his legs going. He looked out there, saw man coverage. There was nobody in the secondary watching him, so he just decides the best play is to take it off. Just take off and get going there. Nice slide at the end, but you have to be concerned about the kind of punishment that he's going to keep taking as he leaves the pocket.
You can see the knee brace on the left knee. The right ankle is heavily taped. The right elbow, which we talked about, so far has stayed intact. It has ballooned up with the bursa sac problem he's had this last month. Moreno's going to go for it all. Got him! Touchdown, Dallas Davis, 47 yards.
Is he Captain Courageous or what?
That should make him feel a whole lot better.
Moreno, with every part of his body aching, steps back and launches a bomb that just explodes on Missouri. Dallas Davis did a nice job of adjusting, but Moreno, hurting, standing in there tough and tall, manages to get this out here. And look at the adjustment by Dallas Davis. I mean, he's a center fielder going to the wall to catch that ball.
He's a hometown kid. He's out of Fort Collins. And the Rams add the point. Down at the half, Colorado State back on top, 28-17. Dallas Davis from Moses Moreno. The WAC hasn't won this game since '92. On top right now.
Traffic jams can be trying. The inconvenience, unexpected breakdowns, but with an AirTouch cellular phone from Cellular Central, help is just a call away. Hi, I'm Andy Grumbacher.
And I'm George Simon. Cell phones do more than just keep you in touch on the road.
They keep you safe on it.
Visit Cellular Central at our Richland Mall store in the JCPenney wing today to take advantage of our fall free-for-all package. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Cellular Central, an AirTouch Cellular authorized agent.
You know, for nearly 20 years now, El Rosso Ford Mercury has been arranging the best in cars, trucks, and vans for our customers. Like this brand new 98 Taurus LX, a nicely equipped quality car for just $16,995 and financing rates as low as 2.9%. Yep, arranging the best in service, selection, and savings. That's what we're about at El Rosso Ford Mercury. Let us arrange your next new or used car purchase at El Rosso Ford Mercury, 40 Mickey Road in Shelby.
ESPN magazine is gonna be fat, but please, no swimsuits.
Yeah, no bikinis.
No one pieces.
No thongs.
None of that.
All nude.
Tastefully done.
But definitely all nude.
That's important.
Very important.
Yeah.
To be tasteful.
28-17, Colorado State on top of Missouri on two big plays. The last one, a touchdown pass from Moses Moreno to Dallas Davis. Ricky Ross. Ricky Ross. And Ricky Ross is into Colorado State territory at the 45-yard line.
And Ricky Ross delivered a pop at the end of the run on the kicker. He says, what? I got a chance to go all the way here, and a kicker is going to get in my way. Hurst, number 19. This is a nice run, but watch the way he finishes the run. Watch the end and the blow that he delivers. Right now, he sees he's not going anywhere. Bam! Right there. Take that if you want to try and stop me. And Hurst gets in the way, and watch him again. Bam! Right over him. He drives him back 4 yards.
Yeah, but Hurst will always say, you know, in the Holiday Bowl, I made a tackle on a kickoff. It was a big hit, baby. All right, let's see now if Missouri can answer. They've been able to do it all night long. Corby Jones will keep it. Jones inside the 30, and down he goes. A big pickup. First down, Missouri. Eric Olson made the stop, 24 yards on the pickup.
But Colorado State overplays the option so much. They fly out of here. You'll see them run this way. They're thinking about taking care of that. Corby Jones then takes advantage of that over-aggressiveness and gets outside the contain man. Once he's outside, boy, is he dangerous. Olson makes the tackle, but not until they're way downfield.
CW apparently is okay.
Oh, he was never hurt.
Jones again. This time hit by Nate Kwame, the junior linebacker. Gain of about 7, and Corby Jones gets up a little gimpy.
Yeah, but you know, he's a big guy and a tough guy. We've seen Moses Moreno play tough, play hurt. Well, we know that Corby Jones has done that in his career as well. He goes at about 227 pounds. So you have to bring something to get something from him.
On the ground, he's over 108 yards. There you have it. 9 a carry. You know, in college football, when you're sacked, that's negative yardage as far as rushing. You take away his sacks this year, he's over 1,000 yards on the ground.
Yeah, great point.
On 2nd and 4. Blackwell, another first down. Ernest Blackwell. Eric Olson made another stop, but Missouri is answering.
Oh, that man Myron Terry is a free safety, and you've got to read things in the middle, and you have to see. Keep your eyes wide open. He's right there. He sees this coming at him. Does he close his eyes? You tell me.
You can't close your eyes. Blackwell, even though he's 235, is very quick.
He's a big man. You won't miss him, but you can't close your eyes. You got to keep your eyes wide open. Can't be a matador back there.
1st and goal inside the 10. Brock Olivo inside the 5 down to the 3-yard line.
You know, we talked about these backs for Missouri, that they're big, that they're strong, and that they can start to wear on you. Well, Myron Terry's in the middle of that secondary, and he has to come up and deal with this. We saw him miss that last tackle. Here he comes again. There's not a whole lot of want to keep taking on these big guys.
Gain of 5 yards.
Terry 6'3", 206.
He's a big guy himself, but when you are regularly running up against backs that outweigh you by 30 pounds, it takes its toll on you.
Olivo into the end zone, touchdown. He's the heart and soul of this Missouri team, and his touchdown brings Missouri back within a score.
And that was all physical football by Missouri. They're telling Colorado State, yeah, okay, you got some big plays on us, but in order to beat us, you're going to have to be physical. Here's a punch in the mouth. And that man right there, Brock Olivo, delivered it. Coming right at you. Good blocking once again. Reedy 76 inside, but the finish on the run against Brock Olivo.
The kick is good. What else would you expect from the Plymouth Holiday Bowl? Colorado State 28, Missouri 24. ESPN continues its bowl week coverage Thursday at 11 in the morning. Big Ron Dane leads the Wisconsin Badgers against number 11 Georgia. The Outback Bowl. Bowl week continues Thursday at 11 on ESPN. Brock Olivo in the middle of that group, the Special Teams Player of the Year. It's the first year they've given that award. It's named after Mosi Tutupu, who was a great special teamer.
And played where?
USC.
And with the New England Patriots.
But Olivo is just I mean, he's a self-described nut. He does not eat red meat. His training regimen is incredible.
Watch this man right here. There's your center. That's Reedy. Watch the job he does. Nice job getting in there, creating space, taking care of the nose tackle. When your center can play like that, it makes it easier to get the touchdown.
Even his teammates think he's a little bit nuts. I mean, Mike Morris, the offensive guard, 4 years ago, I guess, challenged him to eat as many Big Macs as he could. He ate 4 of them. Olivo got sick, and from that point on, he has not eaten red meat. Darren Hall. And Hall, who's already got an 85-yard punt return, will scamper out of bounds at the 42. And it's 1st and 10, Colorado State at the 42-yard line, their own 42-yard line. But Brock Olivo, he's an incredible story.
Yeah, great story. You know, the story I like about him most of all is the time that he was challenged. He was dared to run outside in the snow when it was about 15 degrees naked. He ran naked, and he actually did it.
You like that story?
Great story, don't you think?
He plays on every special team except kick block team. And that's because the coaches say they've just run out of time. They can't get him on every special team. Corby Jones right now getting a little attention to that right ankle, and that's not good news for Missouri, but he's got time to get it patched up before he comes back in. Both these quarterbacks have taken an awful lot of taping tonight.
Well, they'll tape the inside. They'll tape that, and then they'll put a sock over it, and then a shoe over it, and then they'll tape that. So he'll get a double tape job, as Moses Moreno has.
3.5 minutes left, 3rd quarter. Colorado State has scored twice. Missouri once here in the 2nd half, and Moreno going right back upstairs. His tight end, Eli Workman, to midfield. A gain of about 8. It's been a big 2nd half for Moses Moreno.
Yeah, he's been a tough guy, but he's been the quarterback that he's been all season. Coming in, 20 touchdown passes, 9 picks. He gets 2 more in the 2nd half. This one right here to his man, McCoy. He wasn't finished then. He came back again with another one to his man, Dallas Davis, for another touchdown. So the Rams have been getting it done with Moses Moreno.
14 of 17. 61% on the season. McDougal straight ahead. He said his goal next year, Moreno, is to complete 68% of his passes.
That would be 68% for some NFL team.
His quarterback ranking this year, his rating, 10th best ever in the history of the WAC conference, which is saying something in that conference.
Well, you know, you think of the WAC and you generally think about BYU, but Colorado State has been dominating this conference for the last 4 years, coming to this game 3 out of the last 4 times.
But they have not won, and Moreno really struggled when he was here as a sophomore. Not tonight. Derek Yule in motion on 3rd down. McDougal, he's got a bad ankle. Head down, has the 1st down. Remember, McDougal turned an ankle. Sonny Lubick saw him on the sideline. They had to tape him up and send him back out.
We've talked about the size difference between Colorado State and their offensive line and the linebackers for Missouri. Well, you see it again here. You see the charge by the offensive line taking on the smaller linebackers for Missouri, and then you got the back. McDougal getting in there, finishing it off afterwards. Once again, it's that power, that physical game.
And both teams can play it offensively. Moreno with time. Darren Hall to the 41. Marquise Gibson with the stop.
Well, remember how we talked about Gibson and his ability to rush the passer. You need to get him away from linemen. Well, they move him out this time, and he's sort of a spy. He's got to drop back into coverage. He doesn't quite get to the area where he needs to be, so he isn't able to make the play on Hall. He has the speed to get it done, but he got caught up too far inside to make the play that time.
Gibson just a junior, 218 at 6'2". On 2nd and 5, it's McDougal. He's short of the 1st down. Ball is loose. Gibson had a piece of it. He's not real big, but Marquise is pretty active.
Very active. He's got a lot of speed. People tend to run away from him. You can run at him. But these big linemen, you're going to see Bailey right here. He's going to lead the way inside there, and he's getting a good block right there. When those guys are getting off and they get a chance to run 3 or 4 yards before they have to make a block, it is really tough to get out of their way.
Eric Bailey at 295, Anthony Cesario at 310, Mike Newell at 285, Steve Dundee 305. Moreno. Incomplete. Dallas Davis couldn't hold it.
I'll tell you one thing. You have to have a lot of courage to run that route. Dallas Davis is running a slant over the middle, right into the teeth of where the safety will be. He knows it. He knows that there's somebody there looking him up. And when that happens, you have a tendency to short arm it a little bit, just a little bit of the old alligator arms.
I like that. You dropped that one on me last night.
Yeah, you know about those alligator arms. You don't stretch out all the way because you can't.
It's a 4th down and 2, and Sonny Lubick will punt the football. Ricky Ross is back. And a good one. Nice job on the special teams, which have been there all night long for Colorado State. Andy Engelstad on the punt by Preston Lowe's. Fire on Ice tomorrow night, 7:30 on The Deuce. Tony Amonte and the Blackhawks head to Jersey, where Martin Brodeur will stand on his head. At least that's what we expect. 7:30 on The Deuce tomorrow night. The Blackhawks and the Devils. 28-24, just 5 seconds left on the clock in the 3rd quarter. And as Corby Jones, with his freshly taped ankle, comes out, the officials are going to confirm. And they put some time back on the clock. It's been a well-officiated game so far, Ron.
Done an excellent job out there. But then the calls are a lot easier, I think, when you have a running attack going, and both teams have been running the ball up and down the field.
Reset for 25-second clock.
Bill Honig making sure the I's are dotted, the T's are crossed, and the clock is set. Ernest Blackwell on the final play of the 3rd quarter. 3 quarters in the books, 28-24. We're back after this.
Yeah.
Coffee?
Relax, the call is safe. Just give me the figures. Yeah, I got it. I gotta go.
The Q phone from Qualcomm with advanced anti-eavesdropping technology. I couldn't scan it because you never know who's listening.
Stay tuned. You can get a risk-free sample issue of Consumer Reports plus 2 free books.
It's a tough world out there for consumers.
When you go shopping, you don't want to get taken.
Nobody tests products like Consumer Reports.
You want quality and safety in the products you buy.
We spend 6 months testing a car. We test brakes, handling, steering, how well it rides on different highways, and really get to know the car inside and out.
Nearly 5 million consumers get the facts every month in Consumer Reports. And now you can get a risk-free sample issue with no strings attached by calling this number.
Everything in this room, we bought ourselves. I don't think people realize that we don't take product from the manufacturers.
Following our last report on bicycle helmets, we received a letter from a mother to thank us for our report. She bought a helmet based on our recommendations. That helmet wound up saving her 14-year-old son's life.
Safety, quality, the facts to make good choices. That's Consumer Reports. So call now to get your risk-free sample issue and these 2 valuable free books.
The marketplace is really a contest between consumers and manufacturers. What we do is level the playing field for the consumer.
We evaluate banks, insurance, credit cards, tax software. What are the right choices? What's the best choice for my situation?
We've tested all types of foods: chicken, bread, orange juice, ice cream.
Testing is what we're all about here at Consumer Reports, and really people trust us. That's why I work here.
Call now for your risk-free sample issue, plus these 2 free books, the annual buying guide and how to clean practically anything on all the best products for cleaning nearly everything in your home. If you like Consumer Reports, you'll get 12 issues, including the sample issue and our famous April auto issue for just $24. Or you can cancel, owe nothing, keep the sample issue and your 2 free books.
Our testing is tough, and our reports can make you a tough customer.
Call now for your risk-free sample issue and your free books.
Call 1-800-593-7788. 1-800-593-7788. Thank you.
Colorado State, champions of the WAC, Missouri out of the Big 12. If you've just joined us, too bad. You've missed a great ball game so far. Through 3, Colorado State 28, Missouri 24. What else do you expect in the Plymouth Holiday Bowl?
Yeah, what do you mean just joining? Everybody knows you get the WAC and the Big 12 together. In this ball game, it's excitement.
Corby Jones in a hole. His own 6. And down he goes at the 10.
And we talked to Larry Smith about Corby Jones, and he told us that Corby Jones reminds him of another great quarterback that he had at USC, Rodney Peete. He says the only difference between the two is that Corby Jones loves to run the option. Rodney Peete wasn't too thrilled every time that thing was called.
Larry Smith pacing the Missouri sidelines. Sonny Lubick has been a master in ball games in which he's had the lead. He's up right now. 3rd down. Jones over the middle, and I think it's short hop Jake Stubbe. Incomplete. And so Missouri must punt. Colorado State, under Sonny Lubick, 3 WAC championships. And one of the reasons why, Rod Gilmore, in ball games like this, they usually find a way to win.
Yeah, Sonny Lubick 25-1 when his team is leading after 3 quarters. That would suggest that they're in line to win tonight.
That one loss to Wyoming last year, and Wyoming, of course, went on to play in the WAC championship game and lose to BYU. Not a good punt. And Colorado State will have excellent field position. Just a 30-yard punt from Vince Sebo. The Ram is here.
And now, how did the Ram get down here? When you bring the Ram, do you bring the Ram on truck or fly it down? But take a look at this graphic. Colorado State has lost 11 games in a row to teams that are now in the Big 12. And remember, the Big 12 was only recently formed, so all the teams there now, when they play them, they lost to them. They last beat one when they beat Colorado in '86.
They had a tremendous loss 4 games into the season. Moreno back on his feet. Darren Hall made the catch, and he's tossed to the turf. Air Force beat Colorado State. That may not even be a good way to describe it. They annihilated them. 24-0, shut them out.
And since that ball game, Colorado State has been on a tear. They won 8 games in a row. But the other thing to think about is that if Missouri loses this ball game, what impact would that have on Nebraska's title hopes? It seems to me that if Missouri loses, there's even more of an argument that that loss, that win for Nebraska over Missouri was not that impressive. And so you may see some voters shy away from Nebraska if Missouri loses tonight.
Food for thought. Minute in, 4th quarter. Colorado State off the defensive stop in the punt. Good field position. Damon Washington. Flag down. This one's probably coming back. as Washington is bounced out of bounds. I'll tell you one thing, the WAC needs a win, Rod. They're 0-2 in bowls this year. Air Force was waxed by Oregon 41-13 in the Las Vegas Bowl. Arizona beat New Mexico 20-14. And Sonny Lubick told us that 2 days ago. He said, hey, look, we need to win a bowl game. The WAC needs to win a bowl game like this.
If they go 0-3 in the postseason, the WAC will just get ripped by the critics across the country because their #1 team at 10-2 would have lost, and everyone else lost as well.
10 yards from the flag.
Let's take a look and see if we can pick up the holding there. It looks like it's going to occur right there. You see that left arm draped around Sterling. It looks like it's Anthony Cesario who had Sterling wrapped up there, and then he let go of him. Kind of chintzy.
Damon Washington's pickup taken back to midfield. Moreno again with time. And he comes up short looking for Corey McCoy.
Well, remember we talked about his not being able to push off of that bad foot. He sprained a foot, so it's a little bit tough for him to step into his throws. That ball skipped. It was a short hopper, and that's, I think, directly related to the fact that he's not healthy right now. Let's watch his feet. See how he sits there? He's got to plant off that bad foot. He doesn't do a great job of it, and he knows it. But watch the nice block that Damon Washington gets on Sterling when he comes in. Right there. He sticks his nose right in there and just takes Sterling to the ground.
Washington at 193, Sterling at 246. That's quite a takedown. Colorado State has done it on the ground and in the air. Not this time, though. Kevin Ford with a big play, a stop on Damon Washington.
Now, remember, Missouri wanted to be physical, too, and they're being physical right now. This game is up for grabs at 28-24 with a lot of time to go, and Larry Smith always has believed that his teams are more physical and they can win in the fourth quarter.
Preston Lowe's will punt. Good punt coverage all night long for Colorado State. This one is a high floater. Ricky Ross drops the ball. Colorado State's got it.
And Rich, as we've talked to coaches around the country, they've all told us the one statistic that is so meaningful is turnovers. If you win the turnover battle, you typically win ball games. Missouri right now, 2 turnovers. Colorado State only 1. Ross just simply lost this ball, tried to get going, might have heard some footsteps there, but lost the ball nevertheless.
Ula Tuateli at the bottom of the pile came up with a fumble.
This is a sudden change situation for Missouri. Their defense wants to get a stop here. No more than a field goal should be allowed.
Moreno may tuck it under, but he can't get outside. You can see his mobility is really limited. Barry Odom dragged him down.
And I think that's a bad decision by Moreno. I don't think he has any business trying to make something happen right now by running the football. I mean, throw the ball away and come back the next down. Because if you get him hurt, then there's really no chance, I don't believe, of Colorado State hanging on for a win. And he's out there in the open where the linebackers are, and that kind of a hit could be the final straw to put him out of the ball game.
He loses yardage.
Second down and 12. Yard line for the Rams.
Moreno has time. Flag is down. Probably a hold. Paul Turner with the catch at the 18, but even Turner sees the flag back at the 32-yard line.
But it's not that surprising. Those linemen know they have to protect Moreno. They have to keep him in the lineup. Anthony Cesario is an all-conference player, and he's got NFL potential, and he's only a junior.
He and Mike Newell coming into this football game had not allowed a sack all year long.
Holding offense, 10 yards from the flag.
And Mike Newell
Still
doesn't.
second down.
Mike Newell doesn't allow a sack here. He's the center right here. Just keep your eye on him. You'll see the takedown right there. He is way behind the guy, and he just absolutely wrestles him to the ground. That's taking one for the team, protecting your quarterback, but it's also a holding penalty.
Brings up second down and 29.
And it turns the second down into second down and 29. 4 times Missouri has sacked Moses Moreno. To the sidelines, has his man, a catch by Davis. To the 23, he's still short of the first down. It's about a 20-yard pickup.
And that's a heck of a throw. That's a long throw. That ball's in the air a long time. But I am amazed how Moses Moreno can hang in there and still deliver this ball. I mean, he's been knocked around, and he's got to be concerned about pressure. But nevertheless, he hangs in there, and he throws a dart that gets him in position to get a score.
Boy, you could see him grimace.
Yeah.
When he threw that football.
I'll tell you one thing, though. That ball has got to be knocked down or picked off when it's in the air that long. As you take a look at Martez Young, the defensive back who was down on the play.
You know, you watch Moreno get knocked around and grimace every time he throws it. There's a Holiday Bowl that stands out in my mind, and that's Robbie Bosco at BYU when he was injured. I think it was 1980. Or back in the early 80s, and Bosco could barely walk, and somehow he hung in there to win a football game.
Yeah, you and I were watching some of the old highlights on ESPN this week with the Holiday Bowl. Steve Young and Robbie Bosco, as you mentioned, and he was just beaten up in that ball game, but hung in there, much like Moreno is doing tonight.
Sweet revenge for Moreno. He was manhandled, pummeled by Kansas State. He completed just 5 of 24 passes 2 years ago in this game. He's 18 of 23 tonight. It's third down and 10. Moreno's throw incomplete. Corey McCoy could not make the catch.
The intended receiver, Corey McCoy.
And you see he's limping a little bit more right now. I think he is still trying to push off of that sprained foot a little bit, and every time he does it, it tends to hurt him a little bit more, it looks like. And they had the guy they wanted this time. He's going to get inside. Defensive back allows him to get underneath and inside. And that is a rule as a corner in man-to-man coverage you don't let happen. You have to keep that wide receiver to the outside.
C.W. Hurst, who's long this year, is 34. It's a fake. Ryan Esslinger, the backup quarterback, is going to score. Touchdown, Colorado State. We've seen a little bit of everything tonight. And Esslinger will stay on the field. Larry Smith can't believe it.
Sonny Lubick talked about special teams play, and it's been the big difference in this ball game.
The extra point good. Ryan Esslinger, the junior out of Pueblo, on a fake field goal, has put Colorado State up by 11. It's the Plymouth Holiday Bowl with the Rams on top.
With Plymouth, this is what you pay for, and this is what you get. Take, for example, Plymouth Neon. You get all this. And now these special savings. Get $1,500 cash back or 1.9% APR, so you can save over $2,700 in finance charges. One more time. This is what you pay for, and this is what you get. Plymouth Neon, only at your local Plymouth dealer.
How do you keep the world's leading companies 100% satisfied? Just make them 100% successful. That's how Siebel has become the global leader in information systems for world-class sales, marketing, and customer service organizations. We do whatever it takes to make sure our customers are 100% satisfied, 100% successful.
Siebel, the global leader in sales, marketing, and customer service systems.
Holiday Bowl is presented by Plymouth. More fun, more car. That's Plymouth. And in part by San Diego. Call 1-800-701-WAVE for a free visitor's planning guide.
An entertaining stage Qualcomm Stadium has been tonight. And they're not done yet. Ricky Ross at the 5. And Ross is out to the 34-yard line. Ryan Esslinger gets the score, but there was work up front.
Yeah, the work up front, but watch him on this time. He'll do a good job of waiting patiently before breaking into the secondary to make this happen. He has to pause a little bit. He finds the hole, and then he shows you he's a tough runner. You don't expect that from quarterback. He's got some open field moves there.
Impressive on that first hit. He would not have had the first down after that hit.
Watch right here. Tim Stuber is going to get what should be a great block, but it's actually a hold. This is the key play right there. The key block that opens up the inside, and it should have been called a hold.
A break for Colorado State. Corby Jones breaks one, breaks two. And finally runs out of room. Nate Kwame made the stop. Colorado State has had some huge plays tonight on special teams, on offense. Their scoring drives have eaten clock. This one about a 2-minute. Set up by the defensive stop and the short punt by Missouri.
Yeah, and the thing is that when you stop them and you force them to go for the field goal, it is so demoralizing for them to come back and get a score a cheap way. So it's going to be tough for Missouri to overcome that right now to get back in the ball game.
Second down. 9. Jones going nowhere. Willie Taylor made the stop.
And what a great job by Larry Kerr, the defensive coordinator. He understands that right now Missouri doesn't want to panic. So they don't want to draw back and throw it three straight times and come out. So what does he do? He plays for the option. And they take away the option. And now it's a trouble time for Corby Jones. There's Larry Kerr right there. Man who was an assistant at Stanford, UCLA, worked with Sonny a little bit.
San Jose State, Northern Arizona as well. And he's a guy that many people feel will be a head coach and a good one when he gets his opportunity. Third down now. 6. Jones gonna scramble. Down he got rid of it, and it's caught by Olivo. Flags go down. I think Jones might have been past the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, well, the line of scrimmage was about the 38-yard line. And I think when he threw that ball, he was about at the 38.5 or 39.
Tremendous effort by Corby Jones. And Missouri must punt.
Yeah, well, the rule is very simple. You can't cross the line of scrimmage before throwing the ball. Corby Jones is looking to make something happen, and it's a great athletic move here, and it almost works. But the end of the play, you'll see 35, 36, 37, 38. He's at about the 39-yard line when he throws the ball. He's over the line of scrimmage.
Very close. Vince Sebo to punt. Remember, Darren Hall has an 85-yarder for a touchdown tonight. And Hall with a fair catch, flag down. 2-yard cushion you've got to have. I don't think he had it.
No, Shad Chris got right in his face. And you have to give the punt returner 2 yards to catch the ball. And he didn't do it.
Interference with the opportunity on the kicking team. 2-yard bell, 5 yards, first down.
It's like the cone of silence. You can't go inside it. You got to let them catch it. 35-24, Colorado State.
It doesn't care if you scream. It doesn't care what you did last summer. It wants you.
Uh-oh.
Just the way you are.
I vote we leave. Who votes we leave?
Deep Rising, rated R. Starts Friday, January 30th at a theater near you.
You know, the real me's pretty basic. I'm even a little practical. Like a while back, I noticed I had some flakes. So naturally, I started using Head & Shoulders. It helps keep the flakes away. And if it leaves my hair looking like this, why mess with a good thing?
Vacation travelers know that when it comes to renting a car, there's really only one place to go. National Car Rental. Especially if you're going on a Walt Disney World vacation. Because as the official car rental company of Walt Disney World, National gets you in your car and on the road fast. For a family vacation you'll never forget. So what are you waiting for? Let's go to Walt Disney World with National Car Rental. Let's go!
A holiday hoop fest in Hawaii. The nation's hottest teams heat up the hardwood in semifinal action. The Rainbow Classic semifinals tonight at 12:30 only on ESPN.
National Car Rental Bowl Week continues as Clemson battles Auburn in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. Clemson-Auburn, Friday at 3 on ESPN.
That man was a player in his day, Ricky Hundley. He's an angry assistant coach right now from Missouri. 35-24, Colorado State on top.
Ricky Hundley played at Arizona and played for the Denver Broncos in the NFL for a long time, among other teams. 7 years in that league.
Played for Larry Smith at Arizona. Now coaching with him. He's part of the special teams unit, and that's been a difference tonight. Coming up after this Plymouth Holiday Bowl, Sports Center with Dan Patrick and Steve Levy. Peyton Manning update. Curtis Enos, a status report. And Jordan goes for a record. At Sports Center, that's tonight. Peyton Manning with the burster sack problem with the knee. And we have Moses Moreno with the right elbow.
I have a feeling Dan Patrick might say that Moses Moreno, you can't stop him, you can only hope to contain him.
Now that you've said it, I don't think Dan will.
Tune in.
David Washington to the 35-yard line. All of a sudden, Rod, the clock a factor. And if Colorado State can move the sticks and keep the clock rolling, they'll be on their way to a bowl win.
Well, a big factor because there's a big offensive line that has been doing the job tonight. And again, Anthony Cesario, 72, again leading the way with a great block and a nice cutback by Damon Washington. But what you're seeing from Colorado State is physical football. They threw the ball just enough to keep Missouri off stride. But they're coming back and they're pounding again, saying, hey, we can play tough football in the WAC.
Moreno's going to call a timeout. Play clock was down to a single second. And he'll burn the timeout. We've got a few left. We'll take one as well. 7:44 left in the Plymouth Holiday Bowl. Colorado State on top.
It was late Friday afternoon when the call came in. Someone needed service on their garage door quick. That's why they called me. I'm Craig Gandert of Gandert Garage Doors. It's what I do. I answered the call that same evening and had their door operating in no time. 6 months later, they called me when they wanted a replacement door. For 3 generations, when the question was garage doors, the answer was Gandert. It still is. It's an open and shut case. Gandert Garage Doors.
Graham. The name stands for savings and selection.
And here at Graham Ford, we've never seen such great values in new cars and trucks.
Lowest prices of the year with final markdowns on all remaining 97s.
Introductory markdowns on all new 98s.
New Ranger XLT pickups with overdrive, cassette, deep dish wheels, all season tires, and more.
MSRP $14,425, now only $89.95. You save over $5,000.
Don't wait. Hurry into Graham Ford now.
Unless our name's on your car or truck, you paid too much.
Wow. Hey, Rich.
Stuart, you shouldn't have. I didn't get you anything.
All right, don't worry about it.
How'd you know?
I just, come on, put it on, put it on.
All right, all right. You knew my size and everything.
And it looks good.
Thank you.
It looks...
Feels good. Thanks.
Happy holidays, man.
Happy holidays, man. Cool.
Even the Goodyear Blimp has enjoyed this one. Colorado State 35-24 on top of Missouri. And the Rams have the football, their own 35, faced with 3rd down and 1.
Big 3rd down for Missouri.
Washington, big hole. And he's got the 1st down out to the 42-yard line. Big pickup by Damon Washington. Speaking of him, let's go down to Chris Marlowe.
You know, Damon Washington was a high school star here in San Diego. He was recruited by all the biggies, UCLA, Nebraska, and Washington. However, he ended up at Colorado State. The reason why is the biggies wanted him to play defensive back. Washington said, no, I want to play running back. And the coaches at that time, Dave Lay and Steve Fairchild, said, hey, come to Fort Collins. You can play running back. Well, 3 years later, 3,000 yards, Colorado State has a keeper. Damon Washington, back to you.
And Chris, he's only a junior, and McDougal's only a sophomore. This is going to be a good Colorado State team for a while. Moreno gingerly slides across the 45 to the 46. Al Sterling made the stop.
Nice move on his part to get away from Steve Erickson. 94 Erickson was in the backfield, had a shot at Moreno, but couldn't make the play. Even with the bad foot and all, Moreno was able to get away from it. And if you are Missouri, you have to start thinking about run blitzes and the like to try and stop the running game and get the ball back. As you see Colorado State averaging 37 points a game. Tonight they have 35.
2 tight end set, Washington behind Moreno. Washington again, he's got a big hole into Missouri territory, close to another 1st down. Harold Piercy, Kevin Ford made the stop.
You know, this is a play that Barry Sanders loves. It's just that inside stretch play. You'll just see them stretch out, and then you'll get Washington cutting in behind it. What a great blocking job. Cesario doing a great job again. They're burying people at the line of scrimmage. Washington getting in behind it, finding the soft area, and cutting back off of it. That offensive line has been stellar tonight.
That's a young unit as well. Just 2 seniors on that offensive line. 3rd down, less than a yard. Washington keeps the feet moving, and he's very close.
Well, Al Sterling did a great job that time. 48, the inside linebacker. He shot up in there and took on the big lineman, and he won.
Sterling is a great story. He came to Missouri as an out-of-shape nose tackle, and he was on the scout team, and he just sort of won the heart of Mo Ankney and Larry Smith by hard work, great work on the scout team, and all of a sudden an injury here, an injury there. He's starting at middle linebacker.
Yeah, well, you know, he actually quit the team. Yeah, he went home, had girlfriend problems, and the coaches were a little bit bummed and upset. He didn't get back right away. Came back. He worked his way back up. Mo Ankney now says, you know, he's a real great story. I love the kid. I'm glad he's on the squad.
Sonny Lubick looking out to Moses Moreno on 4th down and short. Moreno will wait for the play clock to come close to expiring and call a timeout. So the Rams have burned 2 of their 3 timeouts here in this series. Larry Smith and the Tigers need to find an answer. They're down 11.
Relax, the call is safe. Just give me the figures. Yeah, I got it. I gotta go.
The Q-Phone from Qualcomm with advanced anti-eavesdropping technology.
I couldn't scan it.
Because you never know who's listening.
You know, racing for interstate means my battery has enough power to run my car, as well as some other race necessities, like this mini fridge, track lighting, my foot massager, a window unit. And for those long races, who could forget the espresso maker? Heck, I even had a big screen put in for my friends.
Interstate batteries, power fast, built to last.
Hey, Bobby, the burrito's done yet?
Tonight's topic, Free Friday. Yeah. Sir, you played a critical role in the creation of the new Burger King fries that are being given away this Friday?
That's right, Bill. Free Friday.
Amazing. Now this.
The crispy new Burger King fries beat McDonald's fries in a nationwide taste test. Stop in Friday, January 2nd for a free small order.
Welcome back. Why give them away?
It's giving something back. I started from the ground up.
Literally.
After a conference, Sonny Lubick and Moses Moreno and the rest of the Rams have decided to punt the football. On 4th and 1, Colorado State with an 11-point lead, just under 5 minutes left in the football game. Preston Lowe's will punt it. Ricky Ross, who has fumbled a return tonight, lets it roll out of bounds. And now the Tigers will try to get it headed in the right direction.
Speaking of that, the man who got the Tigers going in the right direction was Larry Smith. Since he's been at that program, he's done a great job turning it around. Coach of the year this season.
And you know, Rod, he had a year out of football after getting fired by USC. He was really at a crossroads in his career.
Yeah, one of the things that he did was he went around the country visiting friends and coaches, guys like Joe Paterno, and actually our colleague and friend Phil Curry at ESPN. And they helped him. They talked through the things he had done right at USC and confirmed for him that he was teaching the right things and not to give up on coaching.
Corby Jones still on his feet, and Jones is out to the 33-yard line. And when you've got Corby Jones, you're not out of a football game. Arian Ross made the stop.
As Larry Smith went around the country, what he found was that basic football, blocking and tackling, and the way that he was teaching it was still the focus, and it still worked. And was he relating to his players? He found out that he was. And so he was able to take all that into consideration and then wait for the right opportunity at Missouri.
And he really feels Missouri is the right opportunity. Blackwell, the catch. Actually, it was West, and he's short of the first down. To the sidelines, Chris Marlowe.
All right, let's clear up one thing. My man Cam the Ram never flies to an event. He was driven in the back of a trailer from Fort Collins to San Diego. 2 days it took, 12 hours, is that right, guys? 22 hours, and he ate alfalfa all the way. He's having a happy day. Back to you.
You know, you can get that at some drive-thrus. But you got to look hard. Eric Vaughn made the stop. And I would expect that Cam the Ram will do a little celebrating tonight before he heads back to Fort Collins. If Colorado State can hold this lead. Missouri on the move, but running out of time. Corby Jones running out of the pocket to midfield and into Colorado State territory. Ball is loose, but Jones was down. And Missouri will hurry it up. You can see Larry Smith trying to get him up to the line of scrimmage. Sports Center coming up after this Holiday Bowl. Colorado State on top.
Well, Missouri is standing around a little bit too much. They need to get to the line of scrimmage and have a sense of urgency because they need 2 scores.
Jones has not done a whole lot of throwing lately, just a lot of scrambling, and boy, does he take a hit. Clark Higgins. And Larry Smith wants a timeout with 3 minutes left. The Tigers and Corby Jones with a lot of work to do. They trail Colorado State in the Plymouth Holiday Bowl.
Let's go!
Promotional consideration provided by National Car Rental, the official car rental company of ESPN.
Let's go!
Sounds pretty good. Can I see the guitar?
You play?
I've been known to.
That's cool. What's your name?
It's on your guitar.
Since 1873, original Coors, pure and simple.
This has got to be wrong.
What?
Our long distance bill.
That high, huh?
No, that low.
People who use 10321 are doing a double take on their long distance bill.
Must be someone else's.
You save over AT&T on every call in the U.S.
Every call is less, and all the calls over 20 minutes are 50% less.
You just dial 10321, then 1, the area code and number.
And these calls to Mexico are cheap. I could get used to this. Let's call someone.
Okay.
10321.
Oh,
your mother.
Well, Sports Center is next. Divine intervention might be needed by Missouri. A draw to Olivo, who has the first down. The clock will stop as they move the chains.
Well, they're having a little bit of trouble with their passing game. Missouri is. Watch this. This is 2 plays ago. They have only 2 guys running deep routes and then 1 guy running a short route, and there are 7 or 8 guys back in coverage. You can't run a 2-minute offense with only 3 guys in the pattern. You have to give Corby Jones more options down the field.
Jones throws it down the field and misses.
That time they had 5 guys in the pattern, so he had a few more options. They were spreading things out, but you just can't run the 2-minute option and expect 3 wide receivers to beat 6 guys in coverage, or 7 guys, which they had last time.
2nd down and 10. Sonny Lubick in Colorado State, looking for their first Holiday Bowl win.
He told us that getting a win tonight would be a huge relief, a chance to get a win in a bowl game that has been elusive for him.
He is one of the more candid head coaches you'll meet in college football. Jones. Layman is drilled. Eason Ramson.
Yeah.
Yes, he is the son of the former tight end. And Daddy would be proud of that hit.
Yeah, Dad played with the 49ers for a number of years before heading over to the Denver Broncos. Dad was a tight end. This is a corner, and he's a big hitter. He's played well tonight. You haven't heard his name a lot because when he's been in coverage, he's blanketed his receiver.
4 of 10 on 3rd down. Not necessarily 4-down territory, because a field goal would get them within a touchdown and a 2-point, but they need some yardage to get themselves in field goal territory. They'll get some yardage from Olivo, who for the 2nd time on a draw play may have picked up a 1st down. They'll mark it at the 30. He's just short.
And how surprising. Brock Olivo has been the heart and soul of this football team. His work ethic has established the tone for this team, so when they need to get it done, they go to him late in the game.
In a difficult spot, Rod, because it's 4th and short, but they don't have time to stop the clock and huddle up and call what they want. Jones may just keep it here. Option has the 1st down. Clock will stop briefly. We're under 2 minutes. Jamie Bennett made the stop.
Clock management so important here. Clock is stopping. They have timeouts left, 2 of them, so they really need to get in the end zone quickly and have at least 1 timeout left if they can convert an onside kick to try and get in position to tie the ball game.
We've seen it done this year. Rod and I did the Purdue-Michigan State game. Michigan State had an 11-point lead with 2 minutes left, and Purdue came back and won that football game. Corby Jones throws it incomplete, and it's 2nd down and 10. In fact, when Sonny Lubick was an assistant coach starting out at Montana State, one of his compatriots, Joe Tiller, the head coach of Purdue. Tiller was one of those guys that was touched by Jim Sweeney along with Mike Price.
what Sonny Lubick wants out of tonight, more so than just a win for himself, is a win for this team and a win for the WAC conference. He wants the WAC to get some national recognition as being a good conference, and a win tonight over Missouri would certainly help.
They got a little last year with BYU's Cotton Bowl win, but at 0-2 so far this year. And this is the final WAC team in a bowl game. Jones fakes the draw, unloads it. Olivo inside the 25. Flag is down, back of the 30-yard line. Clock will stop. Eric Vaughn made the stop. Coming up next, Sports Center. Steve Levy, Dan Patrick. All the highlights.
No flag on the play. No flag on the play. You got it.
They'll pick up the flag, and Missouri will burn the timeout. A minute and a half left in the Plymouth Holiday Bowl. Larry Smith is running out of time.
Discover the hitting secrets of America's finest baseball school in a professional instructional videotape. Teaching the mechanics of the Major League Swing features professional scout and instructor Tom Umansky and the same award-winning tested under fire techniques that have produced baseball world's back-to-back-to-back AAU national championship teams. Coach Umansky's study and analysis of thousands of baseball's best professional swings has yielded a no less than revolutionary approach to consistent hitting. It's proven, and you'll love its easy-to-understand step-by-step video training methods. Teaching the mechanics of the Major League Swing benefits players of all ages and ability levels. A valuable addition to any coach's library, too, and it makes a great gift. Thousands have been sold at $39.95, but if you'll call now and use your credit card, you'll pay only $29.95. Call toll-free now, 1-800-633-3400. That's 1-800-633-3400. This is the tape that gets results.
35-24. Missouri burning that timeout. And the Tigers have one left. Shotgun for Jones. Lehman in motion. Corby, a bullet, and it's caught. Eddie Brooks. And the 11.
And a heck of a throw. He threw that in between three defenders. And Corby Jones had to deliver, and he came through that time.
Clock stop. It starts now. Jones in trouble. Stays on his feet, throws it, and it's picked off. Intercepted by Eric Olson. And this one might just be done.
But Corby Jones was trying to make something happen. It was an ill-advised throw. He didn't have a chance to get anything done. He was hoping for an in-the-grass call. More than likely, he should have simply thrown that ball away when he had the chance, or taken the sack and hurried back up to the line of scrimmage. But you'll see it here. Right now, he's going to figure out he doesn't have anything to do because Taylor is right on top of him. But he tries to get out of it and then just throws it up for grabs. And Olsen's right there. And Larry Smith knew that that was just the wrong thing.
And Colorado State can run out the clock now. McDougal straight ahead. And the celebration will start in Fort Collins. The Rams, for the first time in their school's history, will get their 11th win in a football season.
And for Sonny Lubick, the third time is a charm. In '94, they came here and they lost to Michigan. They came back in '95 and they lost to Kansas State. And tonight, they face a team from the Big 12 in Missouri, and Sonny Lubick will get his first Holiday Bowl victory.
9 straight wins for this football team, who was 2-2, Rod, after losing to Air Force. And losing bad to Air Force. They lost to Colorado by 10. Missouri's, what a roller coaster Missouri has been on emotionally this year.
Yeah, but they have every reason to be proud of what they've done this season, almost knocking off Nebraska, being in a position to get a win in the bowl game. Certainly a great return to respectability for Missouri.
And, of course, the Tigers are a young football team. Their leader, Corby Jones, he'll be back next year. Missouri can't stop the clock. McDougal is out to the 30. And the Rams will have to snap it one more time. If you were with us at the outset of the broadcast, Sonny Lubick in the locker room told his team essentially two things. Number one, we can be physical with Missouri. They were. Number two, special teams can win this football game. And they had a big hand in it, Rod.
Absolutely. And the man who was really huge for them in the special teams area, there's the Gatorade bucket on Sonny Lubick. But it was Darren Hall who came up with some big plays, particularly the punt return of 85 yards for a touchdown that got it done for them.
And this Holiday Bowl winding down, 35-24. Sonny Lubick and the Colorado State Rams, the champions of the WAC, the champions of this Plymouth Holiday Bowl. Three WAC championships and finally a bowl win. One of the good guys in coaching, two of the good guys in coaching, Larry Smith and Sonny Lubick at the 50-yard line. 35-24, the final score. Coming up next, Sports Center. The Blip tonight, provided by who else? Goodyear Aqua-Tren. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. For Chris Marlowe and Rod Gilmore, I'm Rich Waltz. A win for the Rams, a win for the WAC. Colorado State beats the Tigers.
And we will ask...
Listen up, everyone. This is what we call a tease. Tease, to annoy or vex, to make fun of playfully, to tantalize. We will tease you, the viewer, with video, simply enticing you to watch our program. The best collide in Big D? Who had the most O? Opposing streaks? Who's the victor? Who else is victorious? Is anyone victorious?
I screwed up.
We know all the answers, but you don't. You are being teased. Who's in? Who's out? Who else is out or about to be sent out? So sit back and enjoy Larry Legend. Actually, he's not in the show. I just wanted to see the footage. Remember, everybody, it's a tease. It might not be fair, but it's effective. You're still watching, aren't you? Sports Center. Let the teasing begin next.
Perfect.
Greetings. Welcome to Sports Center. Alongside the heartthrob Steve Levy, I'm merely Dan Patrick.
Between now and the Rainbow Classic basketball game between Vanderbilt and Kansas, the latest from both the Rose and Orange Bowls, hockey's World All-Star starters are set, and we'll tell you what Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the one with the sky hook, has in common with Charles Barkley. But we begin with two teams with very little in common.
Except for a former coach. I'll get my papers here in order. With road games in Minnesota and Detroit later in the week, the Bulls stopped at home tonight to spend a couple of hours with the Mavericks. This was Chicago's first date with Dallas since former Bulls assistant Jim Clemens was fired as the head coach of the Mavericks. Since Clemens' departure on December 4th, the Mavericks have won just once.
Until the end of the season,
first quarter action, Michael Jordan, the tough lay-in. It won't go. The Mavs Bubba Wells, man of steel, and Iron Curtain for Dennis Rodman. Bubba Wells holds Rodman. Don Nelson on the floor to alert the refs. Wells chases Rodman to foul him, his second foul. Center of the court, Wells fouls Rodman, third foul. And then on the ensuing free throw, Rodman will make the free throw. Then look at Don Nelson, who just looks back. Rodman, hot. Michael Jordan misses the lay-in. Rodman there. Rodman had a tremendous game. Tied at 54 at halftime. Third quarter, Bubba is back to harass Dennis. Wells waits for Rodman to throw the ball in, and then he fouls him. Fourth foul. After Wells fouled Rodman for a fifth time, Rodman and Wells fouls him again. He fouls out in 3 minutes of playing time. Very funny. Bulls pull away. Michael, dare I say, and Fuego had 41. NBA record-tying 787th double-digit scoring game for Jordan. Bulls win it in a very, very bizarre game, 111 to 105. Yes, Jordan goes for 41, but even Michael admits Dennis Rodman has been the Bulls MVP this year. 11 points, 8 assists, and 27 rebounds. He's had 56 rebounds in his last 2 games. You know, Dennis has been on his best behavior. Only 4 technicals this year, and Michael did say Dennis is the reason why we're back in first place. The Mavericks rookie Bubba Wells broke a 41-year-old record held by Dick Farley of Syracuse by fouling out in 3 minutes. Back to Michael. Another game, another milestone. Tonight he matches Kareem Abdul-Jabbar with his NBA record 787th consecutive game scoring in double figures. Jordan's streak began back on March 25th, 1986 in a game against the Knicks.
These New Jersey Nets at 15-12 haven't had many off nights this season. Of course, there was that one 3 weeks ago in Washington. The Nets suffered their worst defeat of the current campaign. The Wizards tuned them up by 21 points. So potential payback tonight at the Meadowlands. Only 4 teams in the entire NBA have fewer home losses than the Nets. Knicks, Bulls, Lakers, and Sonics, and John Calipari happy to be in those teams' company. First quarter, Wizards on offense. Juwan for Chris Webber. Wizards by 4, 9-5. And a pivotal point in the game. Second quarter, Keith Van Horn would turn it on. Nice pump fake around Terry Davis. See you later, jumper. Got it. Nets up 59-56. Third quarter, Nets are breaking. Kendall Gill to Van Horn. Nets up 65-61. But a scary moment for the entire state of New Jersey. Van Horn, the drive around Webber, rolled his ankle.
And the foul is
obviously in pain, but he continued to play. He's tough. He's a hockey player. It wouldn't be serious because he'd score 32 points. He misses the jumper there, but Jason Williams there for the hoop and the follow. Nets by 10. Fourth quarter, Kendall Gill to Williams. The drive and the bucket, and the Nets win 99-91. So the Nets, in Keith Van Horn's best game, avenge their worst game of the season. Van Horn 32-10. Wow, a career high. That's something. Jason Williams with 19 points and 22 boards. Nets win despite connecting on just 2 field goals in the fourth quarter. This one overall was UGLY. 57 personal fouls, 37 turnovers, and roughly 40% shooting from the floor. Nets improved to 6-5 with Van Horn in the lineup. Despite a just better than average record with the rookie in, the Nets offense has certainly responded. The team is scoring 8 more points per game when he's in. They've yet to be held under 90 in a game when he's played. Power forwards Derek Coleman and Corliss Williamson played powerful roles in last night's Sacramento 2-point win over Philadelphia, and both will feel the effects of it for quite a few days. Williamson with 23 points, a career-high 16 rebounds. Coleman 14-10, including all 7 of the Sixers' fourth quarter points, and that led up to this. Now, as far as basketballs go, this was a dandy. 6:02 left in the fourth quarter. Williamson and Coleman had been in an intense battle under the boards all night, and it would escalate into this. The league's first major fisticuffs since last May, and showing that some NBA players do pay attention. No one left the bench area to join in. Quoting Williamson's teammate Olden Polynice, whew, that was a really big one. Here's the way the NBA saw it today. Rod Thorne on the job. Williams suspended without pay. 3 games, fined $15,000. D.C. got 2 games without pay and a $10,000 fine. Big Nasty getting the bigger penalty for initiating the get-together. Dan.
Now to college hoops. Bill Guthridge's record is a perfect 13-0 in his first season in North Carolina, while Horace Broadnax is an imperfect 0-6 in his first year at Bethune-Cookman. Tonight, these rookie head coaches cross paths in Daytona Beach, Florida. All told, 8 of Carolina's 13 opponents so far this season have been coached by newcomers. A homecoming for Vince Carter, back in his hometown, looking to put on a show for his mother. And he did that. Ed Cota, Carter, Tar Heels up by 10. Moments later, Cota again, Carter again. We have liftoff. And then look what happens to the rim. He bent it. Or he bent it. Cota, Mokhtar Ninjai to Carter. Tar Heels up by 32. You know, we show you dunks, but we let you listen to them as well. Full Service Sports Network. Cota, Carter, dunk. I'd like to see it again. This would be a low-angle TV terminology. Tar Heels, they're up a lot. Carter's homecoming, not perfect, however. Johnny McClinton gives him an inadvertent elbow to the face. Carter would leave the game. And Mom cannot be pleased about that. She's not. He had a slight head abrasion. He was okay, which is easy for me to say. I didn't get hit. 18 points, 12 rebounds. You know, this turned out to be Vince Carter Day Part 2. He was actually given the key to the city, and Sunday was declared Vince Carter Day. Antoine Jameson had 22 points, 5 rebounds. The Wildcats of Bethune-Cookman fall to 0-7, missing 32 of 40 shots to open the game. 15th-ranked Seminoles paid a visit to Southwest Louisiana. Kerry Thompson looking for Randall Jackson, and it's a dunk. Florida State up by 5 at halftime. Jesse Evans not happy. Seminoles, Lamar Greer. Florida State up 7. Florida State too much down the stretch, thanks to Kerry Thompson and Randall Jackson. 59-48 Seminoles. But wait, there's more. Kerry Thompson, Terrell Baker, and he uses the glass and didn't dunk. Florida State wins it 80-71. The Raging Cajuns' 3-game winning streak is over. Whatever happened to Bo Lamar, Roy Ebron, and Larry Fogel? Terrell Baker leads all scores with 23. The Seminoles closed 1997 with a New Year's Eve battle against DePaul and former coach Pat Kennedy.
College football now, and Penn State's All-America running back Curtis Enis said a mouthful today. Suspended from the Nittany Lions Citrus Bowl appearance by head coach Joe Paterno after accepting clothes from a sports agent. The junior apologized for his mistake, and then in the very next breath said he would not be returning to Happy Valley for his senior season. He'll try the NFL on for size. So, any relation? Apparently not. Enis said that before the suit flap, Joe Pa had advised him to go pro. The CarQuest Bowl from Miami, Georgia Tech, and West Virginia were tied at 7 in the first. Joe Hamilton, the Tech quarterback, running the draw to perfection. Breaking tackles, little spin move, see you later. 30 yards for the touchdown. 14-7 Yellow Jackets. 21-14 Tech in the second. More from Hamilton. Again on the draw, cutting across the field. The big dive and in. 9-yard touchdown, 28-14 Tech at the break. Third quarter, Mountaineers would fight back. Amos Zaraway off the handoff. He'd go 19 yards. Touchdown would cut Tech's lead to 7, 28-21, and here we go. Fourth quarter, although Tech was too much. Charles Wiley around the end. He has a dive, too, inside the pylon. Made it 35-34 Yellow Jackets. George O'Leary and Tech, they win 35-30 in this one. They finish their season, the Yellow Jackets do, at 7-5. Hamilton finished with 360 yards and 3 scores. Mountaineers lose their 7th straight bowl game. They haven't won a bowl game since the '84 Blue Bonnet Bowl. And speaking of blue, don't adjust your tint there. That is blue, the Humanitarian Bowl. The bluegrass, I guess, of Boise, Idaho. Cincinnati, Utah State, you saw it on ESPN2. Chad Plummer, Cornelius Bonner, one of 2 Bonner touchdown receptions in the game. Plummer would also run for a score. He was the MVP. Play of the game from Utah State in the third. Matt Salk to Steve Smith breaks several tackles. Instead of going north-south, tries east-west, and then goes north-south, and 75 yards for the touchdown. Didn't matter, though, in the final outcome. Bearcat head coach Rick Minter leads Cincinnati to the first bowl win since the 1949 Glass Bowl. Never get tired of those shots of the coach getting dumped on. Chad Plummer wasn't just the man. He was 3 men, 62 yards passing, 53 yards rushing. He also caught his first 4 passes of the season for a team-high 64 yards. Easy to understand why he was named Humanitarian MVP. Utah State head coach John L. Smith said of Plummer, he was too much for us. Cincinnati had the ball for 42 minutes.
Michigan Wolverines have won more football games than any other school in Division I history, 755. 3 of those wins arrived courtesy of their New Year's Day opponent, Washington State. And the Wolverines don't have to be reminded that if career win number 756 comes this Thursday, the school will lay claim to its first national title since 1949. Chris Fowler is our designated gardener for the Rose Bowl. Chris?
Charles Woodson on the left, Ryan Leaf on the right, and Frankenstein on the center. These guys showing they can walk the walk as well as talk the talk. A Universal Studios outing for both the Wolverines and the Cougars. Sometimes uncomfortable for players to have to mix before doing battle, but as of Tuesday, the teams will be kept apart. It'll be all business for the teams of Mike Price and Lloyd Carr. These coaches should not have a problem with motivation. Obviously, both teams a lot to play for. Both teams are veteran teams, should be able to handle the pressure of a Rose Bowl. Mark Schwartz takes a look at these 2 coaches' very contrasting approaches.
Oh, man. That's pretty good, Mike. I don't know how you don't like Michigan? All right, I'll take that.
Mike Price and Lloyd Carr are now at the pinnacle of their profession, but they've taken completely different paths to the summit.
They don't start the game out. They don't just go out and go, okay, everybody go to work. You know, they say play ball. Play the game. It's a game. Play ball. Fun.
We didn't come out here to have fun. We had our game plan faces on right from the first day. And
even when Carr attempts to be funny, you're really not sure. While he does have a comfortable way with his players, Carr is all business. Only one of his Rose Bowl practices was open to the media, and that for just 20 minutes. Mike Price has had an open door policy until Monday.
It's just really easygoing and allows people to be who they want to be, and that's who he is.
Lloyd Carr, by contrast, would not allow Charles Woodson to wear an earring for an ESPN interview last month. Woodson wound up not doing the interview. Price's players say he's not much for dress codes. In fact, he once dressed up as a duck hunter to fire up his team for a game against the Oregon Ducks.
And that's where my critics say, hey, you know, he's just a goofball. But, you know, I'm not.
When they said you were a goofball, I mean, did it make you reassess the way you related to the media?
Yeah, I think it did. I think it calmed me down a little bit. I still do the same things. I just don't let you people know about it.
These guys both need raises. Lloyd Carr, not among the highest paid coaches in the Big Ten. Mike Price, he makes a fraction of what some Pac-10 coaches make. Lee, we got to get him raises.
Yeah, he'll get one after this year. But let me tell you, Mike Price is different in a lot of ways from a lot of different coaches. The player gets in trouble, Mike always gives him a second chance. He always gives him a third chance. He never gives up on him. That's why the players like him so much, respect him so much, and play hard for him. Kirk, did you notice the way those players hugged him? Yeah. They really mean it. They like this guy.
Yeah, and what's ironic here is in today's day and ages of college coaches, head football coaches, there's so much delegation that goes on that a lot of times they lose the involvement emotionally with their players. Mike Price is a coach that is definitely heavily involved. He listens to what his players have to say, and I think the fact that he's the leader of the time that Washington State has jumped up to the top, I think that he's gained a lot of respect.
And he has some guys on the team who have needed those second and third chances, but Price is quick to point out they've brought discipline to the lives of those players, and 26 seniors, all of them on the roster, are going to get their degrees on schedule. That's the story for now from Pasadena. Now down to Mike Adamle in Miami for an Orange Bowl report. Mike?
Thanks, Chris. Overshadowed by all the uproar over Peyton Manning's right knee is the quarterback from the other team. But Nebraska's Scott Frost is getting quite used to that. Steve Cyphers has more on this native Nebraskan who has his team on the brink of a perfect season.
Scott Frost wasn't always flawless. Vershawn Jackson remembers when Frost transferred home from Stanford to try to run the option.
I remember seeing him run the option. It's like, you know, he's getting the running backs killed, running it all the way to the sideline, you know, and he just looked uncoordinated out there.
Oh, but look at him now.
Yeah, I think Scott Frost is the key to the whole offense. If you don't go up there and try to, finesse him a little bit, he's going to run you over. He's going to embarrass you on TV.
The tougher he gets, really, because, you know, I seen him run through some linebackers and DBs out there.
Oh, yeah. He blocks, too.
I think around here, the quarterbacks have to be tough. You know, we run the option and throw and even are asked to block occasionally. So we get made fun of it if we're not as tough as the rest of the guys.
They don't make fun of Frost, who's played with a ruptured bursa sac in his right elbow, and like Peyton Manning, in his knee.
I played with that the entire second half of the season last year. I think I had it drained something like 17 or 18 times.
I think the whole offense is based around him, kind of like the whole offense was based around Tommy Frazier when they won a national championship a couple years ago.
Frost's numbers this year are comparable to Frazier's in '95, in some cases better. More total yardage and more rushing touchdowns. But most important to Frost, Nebraska's undefeated.
Well, I think this year has been so special to me, and the two things I'll look back on and remember probably most fondly is playing with the teammates that I'm going to graduate with this year, and especially playing for Coach Osborne.
Interesting. The tough guy has a soft side, too. In Miami, Steve Cyphers, ESPN.
Here are the numbers Steve was talking about. Frost clearly the more productive runner and comparable numbers to Tommy Frazier in the passing department. Yet in 1995, Frazier was second in the Heisman Trophy balloting. In 1997, Frost only third team All-Big 12 quarterback. Joined now by Sean Salisbury. And Sean, you examine that Nebraska power option. Frost is clearly the man who makes it click.
He's also the most underrated quarterback in America, and two big reasons is Nebraska's focus on the run game and the great personnel that surrounds Scott Frost. He's big, he's athletic, and if he gets to the corner on the option, he can kill you. Now, Tennessee in this game is going to make Scott Frost beat them with his arm. And remember, he started out at Stanford, and Stanford only recruits passers.
For now, that's it for Miami. Chris, back to you in Pasadena.
Mike, thank you. Meanwhile, just up north on the Florida Turnpike from you in Orlando for the Citrus Bowl, the story has been a shorthanded Penn State team, and Curtis Enis made official on Monday what we expected he'd say. He will not be back at Penn State for his senior season going to the draft, and that's a shame, Lee.
Well, it's a shame about this thing. It's a sad thing that Curtis Enis is a great kid, played for a great coach at a great university, and he made a dumb mistake. Now, if Enis will do this, just think. Nobody's safe in the country now.
You know what's even more upsetting is I think he really was thinking about coming back for his senior year. A couple weeks ago down in Orlando, we all talked to him, and he was talking about next year, Penn State, maybe winning the Big Ten championship, maybe a national championship. Of course, now that is gone, but I think this is interesting now for the game. Florida, everybody's talking how Florida's going to blow Penn State out with a loss of Jurevicius and now Curtis Enis. I think this is going to pull Penn State together. I think it's going to be a very close football game, although Florida will probably win, but it's going to be tight.
Remains to be seen, but the message is don't give in to temptation and accept something from an agent, and when you do, come clean about it right away and don't mislead your coach. More later from Pasadena, we'll shift the focus on Michigan coach Lloyd Carr. Guys, possible forecast of rain on New Year's Day. It missed it last year, but not a full-blown rain since '55. Let's go back to the studio.
All right, guys, we'll see you in a bit. Hockey news now. Stars and Red Wings would play tonight in the most important NHL game of the season to this point. With 55 points, the two were tied for first place in the Central Division and for first place overall. Figured to be a good special teams matchup. Dallas with the NHL's best power play, clicking on 9 of their last 27 chances against Detroit's PK, the third best penalty killing unit in the league. Dave Reed across the slot to Pat Verbeek. Chris Osgood to slide to make the stay there. Steve Yzerman's shot. Eddie Belfour stops that, but Brendan Shanahan with a rebound, and Belfour's got that one too. Shanny can't believe it. Third period, still tied at 1. Thomas Holmstrom on the attack. Doug Brown, Belfour, Holmstrom there for the rebound. His fourth gives Detroit a 2-1 lead. But don't blame Belfour. From the how often do you see this in the NHL? Check this out. It's the rare 3-on-0. All 5 stars are back behind the play. Somebody's getting scratched for that. 1 minute later, Jamie Langenbrunner centers to Sergei Zubov. And from the corner, sneaks it by Osgood from the awful angle. Zubov's 6th, game tied at 2, and that would be your final score. So the two teams settle absolutely nothing, except they take a game off the schedule and a page off the calendar. It does extend both teams' season best unbeaten streaks. Detroit hasn't lost in 7, Dallas in 6. And Bob Aries' goal was his first since November 5th, special for sure for the former Detroit Red Wing.
So to come on SportsCenter, the Blues try to right their ship without a Tull. Highlights of St. Louis's game with the Capitals are just ahead. Also on tonight's menu, you can throw out the records when Missouri and Colorado State get reacquainted. We'll bring you the abridged version of their Holiday Bowl. While in Houston, things have been looking up for the Rockets lately. We'll chronicle their night against the Hornets. That's next. This is SportsCenter.
Now, Sports Illustrated gives you championship excitement you can count on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's Give Me 5, the best of all 5 Bulls NBA championships, all on one video. Plus this great Bulls commemorative basketball. This Bulls Super Pack is free and only available with your paid subscription to Sports Illustrated. Don't miss the memories. This limited edition Bulls basketball is a 5-time winner. Both these great collectibles are free with your order of 54 issues of Sports Illustrated for only $1.48 an issue. Save over 57% off the cover price. For the fastest delivery of your free gifts, use your credit card. Call now and get the ultimate Bulls Super Pack, the great Bulls video, and the commemorative Bulls basketball, both free. The Champion Bulls and Sports Illustrated. You can't beat it.
The good old days of supermarket shopping, when nothing stood between you and your next meal. Nothing. But today, there are materials that help lock out harmful contaminants and reduce spoilage, keeping us safe and the food we eat fresh. Plastics make it possible. So now, the rest is history.
Thus saith the Lord, with the raging flood,
we just want the money!
He makes an end of those who oppose him.
$3 million.
And he pursues his enemies into darkness.
On January 16th, prepare for hard rain. Hard Rain, rated R. Starts Friday, January 16th in theaters everywhere.
SportsCenter is brought to you by Paramount Pictures' Hard Rain. Starts Friday, January 16th. Rated R.
Hakeem Olajuwon's injury has forced the Rockets to explore other avenues in pursuit of victories this season, and as a result, Houston has taken its game outside to become one of the top three-point shooting teams in the league. Tonight at the Summit, the Rockets welcome one of the top three-point shooting players in the league, Charlotte's Glenn Rice, but it was Rice's teammate, David Wesley, stealing the spotlight. Matt Geiger, nice save, finds Wesley, the pull-up for three. Good. Then on the break, Wesley stops, pops, it drops. Franchise record 21 first-quarter points, passing Rex Chapman's 20. Second quarter, Rockets trailing by as many as 12. Brent Price dives for the loose ball from the seat of his pants. Matt Bullard for three. Rockets down 4 at halftime. Second half, Hornets dominating. Charlotte, ball movement. Del Curry. Oh, one of the prettiest strokes in the game. Rudy T's got to be baffled. And he is. Fourth quarter, David Wesley. 21 in the first quarter, 32 for the game. Hornets win and looked dominating in doing so. Hornets hit 12 of 18 from three-point range. Rockets beat at their own game, 9 of 24 from three-point range. Del Curry comes off the bench for 23.
With goals at such a premium, especially this season in the NHL, what will the Blues do without Brett Hull, their leading goal scorer in each of the last 9 seasons? Firing off tapes to the league hasn't helped, denied in their efforts to have New Jersey's Bobby Holik suspended for injuring Hull. And now they're 0 for 2. The NHL said today at the act where Anaheim's Tomas Sandstrom slashed Hull did not warrant discipline, although it is unfortunate it resulted in injury. The broken left hand will cost Hull and the Blues 4 to 6 weeks. So the Blues without Brett tonight in Washington. Tough night for Grant Fuhr. Craig Berube to Dale Hunter. Bang, it's in the net. He beats Fuhr, his 4th goal, tied at 1. Still the first. Caps are up 2-1. Richard Zednik beats the defenders. He beats Fuhr, his 12th. Caps up 3-1. Third period, 4-2 hockey game. Here's Pierre Turgeon skating in on Olaf Kolzing. And Ole, the goalie, extending that right pad slowly. 17 saves for Kolzing. Grant would be pulled after letting in all 4 Cap goals in the first period of the 4-2 Washington win, which was kind of an amazing period for the Caps. They had scored a total of only 8 goals in their last 21 periods. They had just 1 win in their prior 10 games for the Blues. It's welcome to life without Brett Hull. Devils and Sabres, net meant Martin Brodeur and Dominik Hasek, and Billy Guerin splitting the defense. 2-zip Devs. Just over 7 minutes to go now in the first. They're up 2-0. Now watch this. Steve Thomas, 32, lower left. Thinks he scored, but play continues. Wait a second. Co-host says, let's go upstairs. We do, and you can see clearly a goal. No one's in the crease. New Jersey up 3-1. Third period, Devils are up 3-1. Scott Stevens, the rare giveaway. But Dixon Ward stopped by Martin Brodeur, and Lindy Ruff's team, rough play. They lose 3-1 at home. Devils scored twice on their first 3 shots, and that would have been enough to win in Buffalo. It's Jersey's 8th win in their last 11 games. So Dominik Hasek now has 1 game left this month to try to set the all-time record for shutouts in a month with 6. Ottawa will be the opponent. Now, Hasek will face a much tougher opponent January 18th in Van. He'll represent the world as the NHL's World All-Stars take on the league stars from North America. The Dominator and the 5 other starters for the World team named today, voted in by you, the fans. Nice job. Give yourselves a hand.
Still to come on the show, Steffi Graf will not win a 5th Australian Open. At least not this year. We'll explain why. And while in San Diego, can you guess which team averaged 30 points per game and allowed 30 per game? The answer the same, Missouri.
Traffic jams can be trying. The inconvenience, unexpected breakdowns, but with an AirTouch cellular phone from Cellular Central, help is just a call away. Hi, I'm Andy Grumbacher.
And I'm George Simon. Cell phones do more than just keep you in touch on the road.
They keep you safe on it.
Visit Cellular Central at our Richland Mall store in the JCPenney wing today to take advantage of our fall free-for-all package. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Cellular Central, an AirTouch Cellular authorized agent.
For nearly 20 years now, Al Rosso Ford Mercury has been arranging the best in cars, trucks, and vans for our customers. Like this brand new 98 Taurus LX, a nicely equipped quality car for just $16,995 and financing rates as low as 2.9%. Yep, arranging the best in service, selection, and savings. That's what we're about at Al Rosso Ford Mercury. Let us arrange your next new or used car purchase at Al Rosso Ford Mercury, 40 Mickey Road in Shelby.
You know all those stories you hear about how good it was and how much fun we had and how young we all used to be, about how much it all mattered and how much we all cared and how no one has ever done it higher or faster or harder or better. All those stories you hear, they're all true.
Missouri met Colorado State in the Holiday Bowl.
Special teams, you can win this game for us. Come up big on special teams. Take the pride in that you've done all your lives.
The Rams would heed Sonny Lubbock's advice, trailing 17-14 third quarter. Darren Hall is gone. 85 yards, 21-17 Rams, just like that. More Rams special teams. Ricky Ross drops the ball. Ola Tuatele recovers, and the Rams are in business. And then it's the holder, Ryan Esslinger, the backup QB. Great spin, 23 yards for the score. Colorado State does it in a variety of ways. 35-24 the final. Before the game, Sonny Lubbock said, quote, "We've got 10 kids from San Diego, 7 starters, and their girlfriends are around. Their girlfriends' girlfriends. So that's frightening," end quote. I'm not sure what Sonny was saying, but I want to play for him. Rest up, Sonny. Your team won its 9th in a row to finish 11-2.
Steffi Graf is only 3 Grand Slam singles victories away from breaking the record of 24, held by Australia's Margaret Court. She won't be any closer, though, after next month's Australian Open. A 4-time winner of the event, yet to recover from knee surgery. She'll miss it. Graf, who underwent that knee surgery last May, could return for a tournament in Tokyo in early February.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the basketball player, had misdemeanor criminal charges filed against him on Monday. He is accused of attacking a man during a confrontation last spring at a West Los Angeles mini mall. Abdul-Jabbar's business office, Kareem Productions, issued a statement that read in part, "We are confident that a resolution will be reached that will vindicate Kareem and settle both criminal and civil cases swiftly." Abdul-Jabbar is scheduled for arraignment on January 29th. Still to come on SportsCenter, the Avs brought a 6-game unbeaten streak into tonight's affair with the Canadiens. And then we'll return to Pasadena for a closer look at the man who replaced the man in Ann Arbor, Lloyd Carr.
Completely reinvented 205 horsepower Isuzu Rodeo. Too far. 1998 Isuzu Rodeo models start at $17,995.
I believe that if you really go out and do exactly what you want to do, you find happiness.
If you can do what you love, that's incredible.
Anybody that says that one person can't make a difference